Good morning. How are you guys? How's it going? Happy Fall in Love Festival Day 3. I'm so tired. Oh. Maybe we'll have a coffee break later. We'll see. We'll see. But good morning. I hope you guys are doing good. Based off of Nordy's gift, that reminded me, which, by the way, Nordy, thank you for the 10 gifted spubbies. Thank you, thank you. The gifted sub gambling has begun, for the rest of this week, up until October 1st. Whenever you gift 5 subs or more, there is a chance that Valorant will also gift like 1 to like I think 50 subs. It's gambling. It depends. It's random also. Barb, thank you so much for the 3 gift subs as well. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Very sweet of you. Thank you, thank you. And let's see, who took my first today? First was taken by Leonix. Thank you very, very much, Leonix, for taking my first. Makes me very, very happy that you could be my first today. We've got Daily Pillow, we've got Ren, Leonix, Barb, Alexander, Jeremy, we've got Nordy. Welcome in, welcome in. Hit me, yay, you did it. I'm very proud of you. Today we are playing Fledgling Manor, which is a reality TV death game for vampires. With romance, of course. All of these games have romance elements to them. But you are a freshly turned fledgling vampire thrown onto a reality TV show death game with a bunch of other fledgling vampires. And you're just trying to survive, but maybe you will find love along the way. And I already know who I want to date. I'm going into this. I've seen the cover. I'm hoping the person I want is dateable, but we'll see. Only one way to find out. Okay, Rocky, just this one last delivery for tonight, and you can go home, smoke some weed, and chill out for a while. Who knows? Maybe there'll be a good tipper, and I can pick up some hard seltzer or something. Really make it a party. Fuck, this rain is bad. Weird-ass order, too. Almost seems like they were just picking things at random, like a star fruit? I don't think I've ever seen anyone even eat a star fruit. Whatever. Suddenly a shape darts out in the middle of the road. What the fuck? Have Ren and I successfully turned Derry into a cultist of sleep as well? Oh, a sleep token? I need to listen to more. I haven't had the chance. I've been like asleep all of this. Oh my god, Ren. Thank you so much for the gift sub. I was to say, did you just give them to a bunch of horses? Because I just saw Oguri Cap. Thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very sweet of you. You've been asleep, Token. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been eeping beeping. But I do plan to listen to more of it. I actually used to be a really big metal head back in like high school. I haven't listened to much metal lately, not because I don't like it. It's just because the main thing I've been listening to, like 99% of my playlist is Vocaloid now. I used to listen to like a ton of classic rock and metal back in high school, and then I got introduced to Vocaloid, and then I would go through periods where I would have just like bursts of Vocaloid in my playlists, and now it's just like it's slowly turned into just like 99% Vocaloid. and then like 1% every other genre. And just depending on my mood. But I did like the song that you sent me, Caramel by Sleep Token. I did like that song. I would struggle to call it a metal band truly. I mean, they're definitely influenced, and their guitar like is very, very metal. Just because I mean, I consider baby metal to be metal. And I mean, baby metal's got like the cutesy idol vocals. I think there's a wide breadth of what you can consider metal. There's metal Vocaloid songs, bro. There's absolutely metal Vocaloid songs too. It's just I'm very broad in my strokes of what I consider metal, to be fair. Probably more so than most people. God, there's blood everywhere. Fuck, that hurts. I can just make out someone walking towards me. They don't seem to be in too much of a hurry. Help me. Call an ambulance. Everything goes black. It's dark. Where the hell am I? The last thing I remember, I was driving, and then there's just nothing. My head kills. Did I get into a car crash or something? This doesn't look like a hospital room, though. More like a dungeon. I'm cold. How long have I been lying on the floor here? My eyes are starting to adjust. There's no windows, just a thin crack of light coming from underneath the rusted metal door. I try the door, but it's locked from the outside. Hey, let me out of here. Look, you got little fangies now. Oh my god. Fun fact, only the lead singer, Vessel, and the drummer, too, write and record the songs. The guitarists and bassists are only touring musicians, though they're part of the band. Oh, I shmee. No response. Not to you. I responded to you. That's what the game says. No response. Great. There's something else in that room that I hadn't noticed before. An old-fashioned cassette player on the wooden stool. That's funny. I keep meaning to get one. I have a huge stack of local metal band tapes at home and nothing to play them on. Well, nothing else to do. Might as well listen to it. The tape starts up with a static hiss. Hello and welcome to Teeth Kit Newborn Education. We know you have many choices for your educational needs, and we thank you for choosing Teeth Kit. This tape functions as a complete replacement for traditional newborn education. Newborn? Oh, what's that? Well, that's all I have for tonight. I gotta get up early. Yeah, sweet dreams, Bart. In today's modern world, you can't always be there for your child. But with Teeth Kit, you can get the next best thing for the lowest possible cost. Teeth Kit is recognized for its high-quality educational products by all major counts in the United States and Canada. Quartz, wait, is this the drunk tank? For more information, please consult your local authorities. Oh, fuck. Part 1, your changing body. You may have noticed some changes with your body lately. Aches and pains, maybe, or you feel a little chilly. Is this some kind of joke? Rest assured that this is all perfectly normal and will pass with time. Your body is undergoing the last steps of metamorphosis that will make you faster, stronger, and in a word, better than you were ever before. Scientists are still not sure how the process works, but we do know that with a few rare exceptions, it goes off without a hitch. Exceptions? To what? Is this some kind of Saw situation? So what does that mean for you? Well, have you ever wanted to leap across rooftops? Lift a Pontiac Firebird? How about live forever? Live forever? That's right. Not only are you a new and improved version of yourself, you'll never have to worry about aging or illness again. This has gotta be some kind of prank. Louise? Clara? Where are you guys? Of course, it isn't all sunshine and rainbows. In fact, sunshine is something you should do your best to avoid from now on. Your maker has already provided you with the safe, windowless location to rest during the day. That's crucial because any exposure to sunlight from here on out could prove fatal. What? You may be wondering about the various myths and legends you've come across, perhaps in motion pictures or in popular fiction. Well, we're pleased to say that most such stories are just that. Stories carefully planted to throw curious humans off the trail. Running water, garlic, crosses, not to mention the sillier ones like having to stop to count individual grains of rice, they're all made up. Aside from the sun, the only things you have to worry about are fire, wooden stakes to the heart, and decapitation. That might sound like a lot to keep track of, but keep in mind that 3 out of 4 of those things are also traditionally fatal to mortals. You were probably avoiding them already anyway. Mortals? Hey, this isn't funny anymore. Let me out of here. Part 2. The Blood. In your previous life, you may have enjoyed a number of different foods. Cheese fondue, perhaps, or baked Alaska. Is that a kind of food? Yeah, baked Alaska's yummy. Things have become significantly simpler for you. From now on, the only thing that can keep you going, human blood. Blood? Advances in technology have made it easier than ever to store and transport blood. Your maker should have left you a small supply with this tape. This thing wants me to drink blood? Of course, most aren't satisfied with pre-packaged blood packs. Nothing beats the thrill and flavor of warm blood straight from the source. The idea of tearing into a living person might seem a little strange or off-putting to you right now. After all, you were one yourself up until quite recently. But in time, you'll get used to it. In fact, you'll probably find you enjoy it more than anything you've enjoyed anything in your old life. Hi, or like whatever. Was that rude? I don't know, I got fledgling manners. Hi, J-Bomb, welcome in. You ate a whole ass steak? And don't worry, you don't have to finish off your prey every time you get your fill. It would be pretty hard to conceal our existence if we killed every time we were hungry. What the fuck is this? As science has driven out superstition in most of the Western world, fewer and fewer people believe in us, and that's a good thing. It means most victims will simply write off an attack as a wild night or a dream, especially if they've had a few too many Harvey Wallbangers. Harvey who? All in all, it's a great time to be a vampire in America. You've gotta be kidding me. Oh, don't you have a pretty voice? Thank you so much, Embers. I appreciate it. Welcome in. With the end of the Vietnam War, we're entering a new era of unity and prosperity. Plus, its increased smog production from automobiles and industry has made it even possible for some vampires to walk the streets during the day. It's a brave new world we're entering, and we're excited that you'll be a part of it. Please turn the tape over to side B now. There's a knock at the door. It swings open and someone's standing there. A nondescript-looking guy in a polo shirt and a headset holding an iPad. Rocky Alvarez, we need you on set now. Set? What's going on? Didn't anyone tell you? Listen, pal, I woke up in the room with a tape telling me I'm a vampire or something. If I'm not under arrest, then I'm just gonna go head out and figure out which one of my idiot friends set this up. You don't... Oh, huh. Hold on for 1 sec, okay? I've been seeing what other games other streamers got from the fest. Yeah, this one's so good. I'm a big fan of death games and vampires. I'm also just overall a huge fan of romance and visual novels. We normally, even outside of the festival, we stream visual novels like every Friday. So I've been having a good time. This one I'm already invested. I love the setup of just like, here's a cassette tape, old ass technology to give you the lowdown what it's like being a newborn. He turns away from me and talks into his headset for a few moments. I can't make out much, just, okay, got it. All right, we're gonna get all this sorted out. Just come with me, please. Look, am I in trouble? Am I under arrest? In trouble? Kid, you're about to be famous. Come on. I guess there's no harm in seeing what's going on. Once I'm out of this room, I can bail anyway. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Embers. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. All right, lead the way. The guy leads me out the cell down a hallway lined with dozens of identical doors. What is this, a dungeon or something? Oh, yeah. Yes, it's a dungeon? Sorry, I was on my headset, but yeah, that's right. Listen, what was the deal with that tape? The tape? Oh man, I didn't even realize those things were still around. I had one of those back in the early 80s. Different time. What is this guy going on about? He doesn't even look that much older than me. How about side B, huh? I didn't get to listen to side B, actually. Oh, that's too bad. Side B is the best. We head up a musty, cobweb-covered staircase. The tape was saying some crazy shit, talking about vampires and stuff? Right, yeah, it's all a little impersonal, isn't it? It was kind of a fad for a couple of decades. These days, the trend is back to traditional. It's considered really important to actually sit down with your child and explain things face to face. I stop in the middle of the hall, a long marble-tiled space with goddamn suits of armor standing on the sides. All right, I want some answers. What's going on here? I told you, we'll sort it all out. Right now, is this some kind of prank show? Did Mr. Beast get me? Oh god, the horror. The guy doubles over with laughter. Oh no, no. Nothing that serious. You heard the tape, right? You're a vampire. A vampire? Yeah, Nosferatu, the undead. In China, you'd be called Jiangxi, but that hopping thing is made up. Those guys are real jokers. You expect me to believe that? Look, I can't stand around and argue with you all night, so how about this? In a flash, he grabs the sword from one of the decorative suits of armor. Before I can react, he grabs my shirt with one hand, yanks it up, and drives the sword straight through my stomach. Ugh! Fuck. Fuck, that hurts. Only, it doesn't actually as much as you'd think it would. He pulls the sword back out and shows it to me. No blood. Hopping makes me feel good. I'm fine? The dark hole where the blade entered stings a little bit, but the feeling is vague, like a memory of pain. See? It's like the tape said. You're immortal. This is a lot to take in. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but I just work here, okay? I'm not in charge of anything. And you're a vampire too? Yeah, pretty much everyone here is. Where is here exactly? And how did I get here? I can't remember anything. Jesus. Alright, we really need to get to set, but you seem like a nice kid, and your maker must have been a real bastard to dump you into a situation like this right off the bat. So, here's some free advice. Forget all the social niceties you were raised with. From now on, you're only looking out for yourself. Is that the first rule of being a vampire? He laughs and shakes his head. No, that's the first rule of being on a reality show. Someone else pulls a wire up my shirt and clips one end to my collar. The other is attached to a box they stuff into my pocket. That's your mic. Don't mess with it. He points ahead at a doorway. Okay, kid. Showtime. Walk into the sitting room and introduce yourself. Who am I introducing myself to? My question goes completely unheard. The PA is listening to a message over his walkie-talkie. Copy. Sending him in now. Episode 1. Welcome, wretched fledglings. The room is ornately furnished, like a very upscale haunted house. I don't know enough about interior design to say what kind of antiques I'm looking at, or even if they are antiques, but they look old and fancy. There are big lights and cameras all across the other side of the room and the other entrances. Hi, I'm Rocky. I wave to the cameras to try to give them a confident job interview kind of smile. Can you say that again with a little more energy, not looking at the cameras? Where do you want me to look? Just introduce yourself to the room, not the camera crew. There's no one else in the room, but I do my best, turning to a grandfather clock and then a love seat. What's up? I'm Rocky. The camera crew doesn't say anything, like they're waiting for me to say more. And, wow, what a cool house. Look at all this neat shit. I wonder if that's a real human skull. Sick. The rector who's been talking to me gives me a thumbs up. Nice. So, you're all vampires too? The thumbs up disappears and he looks at me like I'm an idiot. Yeah. Everyone who works on this show is a vampire. Are more vampires coming? Yes, we really need to start acting like there's no cameras here. Just ignore us. Unless we tell you to do something, in which case don't ignore us. That seems really confusing and kind of a lot to ask, considering how confusing my situation already is. And then I hear some footsteps in the hallway I came from, and someone else walks in. What's up, ladies? My name's Jason, and I'm here to crush the competition. Jason is a big dude and crushes what looks like a plastic cup in his hand as he talks. So hi, Jacob. Welcome in. No, ladies. Just me. Hi. Jason gives me a once-over that makes it clear that he thinks I'm some kind of beta bitch and then comes over to me. Sup, little man. Good to meet you. What's going on? What did I miss? Okay, so we were just a regular old dude running a delivery, and then we get attacked. Car crash. And we suddenly wake up in a dungeon, newly turned into a vampire. We got a cassette tape giving us the lowdown of, like, the basics of being a vampire. And now we are introducing ourselves to the cameras of a reality TV show. That's all we know. That's all we know so far. It's been very confusing and disorienting for us. There you go. Now you're all caught up. Now you're all caught up. His grip is strong. I'm immediately nervous about having to compete against him, but at least he seems to have a better grasp on things than I do. Just like Big Brother. Yeah, it's like Big Brother, but with vampires. Jason, right? I'm Rocky. Do you know what's going on? Rocky, like the boxer? I get this a lot. It's annoying. Maybe I should get a new name now that I'm a vampire, like Vlad. Too late though, because I've already introduced myself as Rocky. Maybe next time I could try out Vlad. Have they told you where we are? You'll just have to wait and see. He winks at me, and as annoyed as I am, it's kinda charming. Oh, Anya. Hello, am I in the right place? A woman walks in next. She smells like mango shampoo and talks at a normal volume. What's up, beautiful? I'm Jason. This little guy is Rocky. The joke's on you, idiot. I think it's hot when people call me little guy. Oh my god, the bisexual energy radiating off the main character is fantastic. I love him so much. Hey. I'm Anya. Nice to meet you both. Are we the only ones here? Looks like it. Did anyone tell you what's going on? Well, I mean, I assume we're on some kind of TV show for vampires? Anya has a natural warmth that makes me not mind at all how patronizing she sounds. That makes sense. When I look over, Jason has dropped to the floor and started doing push-ups. Oh my god, he's such a fuckboy. How long have you been a vampire? Not long at all. Maybe a few weeks? It's hard to say for sure. Yeah, me too. A lie, but I don't want everyone knowing I just woke up like this. I already seem dumb enough not realizing this is a vampire TV show. Anya and Jason start talking about something and I zone out. I'm really hungry. Or thirsty, I guess. Shit. Am I gonna need to kill someone? No, the tape said it's better not to. That's good, I think. Maybe they'll feed us soon? From blood bags or whatever? Or a big fountain? I have a friend who's done extra work on Law and Order in the city, and they said they always feed you. It's like a union requirement. Is this show union? That's a good question. Jason scoffs at us. This is the vampire world, guys. There's no little labor unions here. We have an entirely different structured society. Didn't your makers tell you that? Anya giggles. My maker told me the basics, but not every last detail. I guess I still got a lot to learn. Yeah, inhuman resources. Also, hi, Tremor. Anyone smart would be able to see that Anya's acting dumb on purpose, but Jason as well. That's okay, babe. Stick with me and I'll show you the ropes. Suddenly I feel a stab of pain in my stomach. Hunger. I need to sit down. It's weird. It feels like being horny and sleepy and hungry and thirsty and wanting a hug all at once, except I only want one thing to fulfill all those needs. Blood. I wonder if Jason and Anya were given anything to eat. While I'm sitting on the couch thinking about how hungry I am, a couple more people file in. Hey guys, it's me, Tay. And don't worry, I may be a vampire now, but my dedication to Christ hasn't wavered one bit. Oh my god, they're fucking... They're an evangelical. You gotta have an evangelical on these. It's good for the ratings. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Lilia. Grace Salil. It's an honor to be here. I can't wait to get to know you all. I mutter hellos, but don't get up. The longer I sit there, the more my head hurts. I want blood. They all talk, and it sounds like no one's been a vampire for longer than half a year or so. So, we're all new vampires. Maybe that's the show's shtick, like vampire boot camp for baby bloodsuckers. The next guy who comes in just kind of looks at everyone with disdain. He's really beefy and has a shitty vibe. If I didn't have a headache from wanting blood so badly, I'd get a better read on him. But instead, I'm just repeating myself to my head, they gotta feed us soon. They've gotta feed us soon. They've gotta feed us soon. A long shadow descends through the doorway, followed by some kind of bony giant. That's him. That's the one I want to date. That's the one I want to date. That's the one I want. This one's my type. They gotta be at least 7 feet tall, and they hunch to get into the room. The hood of their shirt is up, and their entire face is covered by some kind of mask. More like 420 praise it. It's funny you say that because the main character, their opening line was they couldn't wait to finish that delivery so they could go home and smoke weed. So quite literally. Damn, he's just a guy. Look at him. Am I the last one? Oh my god, they even go by a number too. That's how you know they're legit. 8. Oh, the 8 to come in. I get it. That's cute. My name is 8. Nice to meet you. The hood and mask make 8 seem kind of intimidating, but their voice is friendly and musical. They're so cute. They're my type. They're my type. Everyone seems scared of them. They seem nice, but I'm too busy with my headache to say hey. Can somebody give me a clean? I wonder what we're all doing here. I wonder what we're all doing here. The director gives a thumbs up. He's right too. Anna sounds very convincing. We're all strangers, right? I've never met any of you before. 8? How long have you been a vampire? A few months, I think. I haven't really been keeping track. So we've all been turned to vampires within the last year, and now we're in this big mansion full of cameras. I wonder what it all means. The director continues to give a thumbs up throughout the exchange. I don't say anything, because the only thing I'll contribute is asking when we're gonna eat, which I guess we'll probably have to ask pretty soon. What it all means. What a question. A voice booms into the room from no apparent source. You 8 wretched newborn vampires have been gathered here for one reason only. You are being given the chance to prove yourselves and save your miserable afterlives in a game of manipulation and strategy. Welcome to Fledgling Manor, streaming only on Drac Plus. My name is Nico, and I'm your judicially appointed host for this season. And what a season it is. Judicially appointed? What does that mean? And what did he say we're playing to win? Nico strides into the room wearing a big fur coat and no shirt, and all I can think of is, now that's a vampire. I wonder if he always dresses like this, or the production gave him an outfit. I wonder if I'll get a cool outfit too. And I remember how hungry I am and raise my hand like we're at school. Before I can feel embarrassed about it, more than half the other contestants also raise their hands. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions, which will all be answered in due time. The most pressing question, however, will be answered right now. Nico finishes his sentence with a dramatic flair that also feels kind of sarcastic, like he's making fun of this whole thing. Drac Plus, I figured it'd be slave per view. Yeah. You're probably all wondering, when do we eat? Oh my god, he read my mind. They take us to a ballroom with a floor-to-ceiling stained glass window and a million chandeliers. But more importantly, a human heartbeat. Fuck, I feel. Fledgling vampires have a difficult time. I can't focus on when Nico is reading off the producer's cue cards. I can't even really see the figures sitting in the middle of the ballroom, but I can hear them. I can kind of smell them. 2 heartbeats, all red and juicy and alive. To test your self-control, you must wait. It's like I can feel their body heat already from this distance. And the last contestant to refrain will win a... If they weren't surrounded by big, scary-looking bodyguards, I would have just run over and taken a bite. But Nico said the word wait at some point, which means we probably have to wait for something. I tear my eyes away from the 2 living human beings throbbing and pulsing in the middle of the room to look at me. Stefan is smirking, still disdainful. Anya is grimacing. I can't tell what's happening behind 8's mask. Tay is gritting his teeth. Yeah, vampire battle royale, yeah. Jason's gotten to the ground and started doing crunches. I don't remember what the other 2 are named, but one of them, the younger one, dashes over and takes a bite. Once the smell of fresh blood hits the air, I'm right behind her. There's no way to put into words what it's like. Maybe someone could do it, but I'm not that someone. An orgasm is the obvious comparison, and probably the closest thing, but fuck, the blood is way better. It's way better. The guy I'm drinking from has a black hoodie on, and looks like the kind of guy I'd see at shows around Buffalo and Rochester. Maybe he is. Ugh. Must feel good for him too, because he's craning into my mouth and moaning. Okay, that's enough. One of the big bodyguards pulls me off the hoodie guy and sits me in a chair as I'm light as a doll. All I can do is lick my lips and schlump happily in my seat. I feel fucking amazing. I close my eyes for a moment. Oh my god. And Anya's down. Now it's a standoff between Stefan and Jason, who will be the last to fall. Oh, right, we're on a TV show. What did the host said? We're competing for something? A prize? The last person remaining will win? I can do this all day, man. 100, 101, 102, 103. Jason is still doing crunches on the floor. Huh. Stefan's just standing there, smirking, puffing out little laughs of derision occasionally. This looks easy for him. When I look around, I see Tay is furiously trying to scrub the blood off his face with the little makeup wipes he keeps pulling out of his pack in his pocket. Grace, the older woman, is chatting with the producer. Lilia, the one who was the first to break, is collapsed over 2 chairs, still getting her bearings back. 8 finishes drinking and stumbles over to the rest of us, securing their mask back onto their face and giggling. Oh, they're so cute. So demure. Fuck, I should have been playing closer attention. I could have still looked under there and seen what they look like. Anya's the only one still drinking. The host, Nico, had said she just caved. A bodyguard had to drag me off the hoodie guy, but Anya doesn't need any help stopping. She pulls away from the human girl of her own accord. She wipes her mouth with the back of one hand and strokes the girl's face with the other. She sits down next to me, grinning. Feeling better? I'm feeling great. Me too. She leans back and hums a sigh of contentment. Who do you think's gonna win? Oh, Stefan's got this for sure. You think? Yeah, Jason's all show. Look how desperately he's doing those crunches. Stefan definitely looks more relaxed. Totally. But Jason seems like someone who really wants to win that prize. Especially the first one, that makes a statement. I don't know, when the first thing came out your bag of tricks is a life hack that incels use to stop jacking off, I'm not that impressed. God damn, bro. He's reading them to Phil. Bro, he absolutely listens to those fucking alpha red pill podcasts, 1000%. He comes across as like the guy who watches those pickup artist TikToks and then takes it as a real dating advice. She has a nice laugh. I can still see the blood staining her teeth when she smiles. He's hot though, objectively, in kind of an annoying way. Not my type. What about Stefan? No, he doesn't really seem very fun. I think Stefan is your type, though. We flirt and gossip and make little jokes for the rest of the competition. It's nice to have made a friend. What's more is, I don't know the last time I felt so relaxed. Fuck! Jason seems to crunch his way to the middle of the room. I watch him curse in despair before he gives in and takes a bite at the same girl Anya was drinking from. It appears the winner of the very first challenge is Stefan, who wins immunity from tomorrow night's culling. You may vote on which fledgling will be culled. You may present arguments to the fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. You also win. Nico squints to see the cue cards better and rolls his eyes. You also win a hand-carved maple back casket with premium satin and memory foam lining to make sure you always get a good day's rest, courtesy of Cushing Casket Co. They lead us back out of the ballroom. Apparently that space is only supposed to be used for games and challenges. I can't help but picture those crazy obstacle courses you see on reality competition shows. Do vampires think slime is fun? You also win a fuzzy hoodie, so you won't be cold. Yeah! A production coordinator starts talking at us through one of those cones cheerleaders use. Listen up, everybody. The rest of your night is free time. We're going to be following you around with cameras and getting your interactions. If you want more blood, there's bags in the kitchen. Excuse me, can we leave? Great question, Lilia. No, contestants cannot leave the premises unless the show has been wrapped. What about just getting outside and going for a run? You're free to wander around the grounds, but you need to be back an hour before sunrise. You'll find ink and paper in your rooms to select nominees for elimination tomorrow night. What's stopping us from just leaving? Do you have a map and a compass on you? Do you know where we are? I can tell you right now, we're in upstate New York in the middle of a heavily wooded area. If you just take off, there's a 99% chance you get lost in the woods and wander until the sun comes up and burns you to a crisp. So no leaving. No leaving. Well, that's alarming. The 1% chance of escape kinda nags at me in the back of my mind. What should I be doing? I think back again to all those shows I watched with my grandma. If we're getting voted out the house by the other fledglings, I have to get to know these people and get them to like me. An alliance would be good if people want to do alliances, but I also shouldn't look too thirsty to join one. The basic strategy comes back to me pretty easily. Maybe being a vampire has made my memory better. Or not much smoking weed has made my memory better. Unclear. But yeah, you generally want to ally with people who will help you get through the challenges, will last a long time in the game, and aren't going to betray you, and will be a little bit less likable than you in case you make it to a situation where there's a fan vote. Sounds like foreshadowing. foreshadowing. Yeah. Okay, that sounds easy. Tay heads towards the kitchen. Stefan, Jason, and that weird quiet girl go back to the sitting room where we all make our introductions. Grace approaches Anya and starts talking to her. What I can overhear sounds super boring. A must have disappeared at some point. I can't see them anywhere. Where'd it go? Let's check out the kitchen. I don't know if I'm still kind of hungry or if I'm just curious about what a vampire kitchen would look like. But either way, I head down the hall to where the kitchen's supposed to be. It looks like something out of an old horror movie, crossed with fridge section in a Best Buy. I guess they need a lot of space to keep the blood cold. Tay's already in there, sipping out of a goblet. It's not bad. They've got all these crazy glasses, though. He's right. It's not as good as the blood from the hoodie guy, but it's fine. Where are you from? Rochester. Pretty nearby, it sounds. What about you? Scottsdale, Arizona. Pretty not nearby. I'm still not totally sure how I got here, truth be told. He smiles in a way that makes me feel really bad for him. Like, maybe he needs a hug or to smoke some weed. Bro is not gonna smoke any weed, I'm telling you right now. Anya and Grace walk in mid-conversation. When times are difficult, that's when you need someone with proven leadership capabilities steering the ship. Sounds like Grace is pitching her hard on an alliance. Like I thought, you always want to enter an alliance early to survive the elimination. I'm not here to win, though, so I'm not too worried about it. I'll sail by as long as I can, then leave midway through as a fan favorite. Could be good for my music career and my new vampire life. Maybe there'll be some kind of talent show I can play bass and sing one of my songs. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure Nico explained the show format earlier and I was just completely zoned out. What's the prize for winning this show again? Everyone's eyes got really big and I get the distinct impression that I just asked something stupid. I think it was something about being part of Vampire Society? It's kind of unclear. It's our life. We get to keep our life. My understanding is that in addition to being able to continue on this planet, we'll also gain access to more exclusive levels of the vampire world not normally available to vampires as young and inexperienced as we are. I nod and try to piece together what they've told me. I'm not so interested in becoming some kind of elite super vampire, but if the other prize is my life, then does losing mean... So wait, if we're eliminated, what happens? We're executed. That 1% chance of escape suddenly sounds very appealing. Shit. Takes me a second to realize that I'm not having a panic attack. Weird. Why am I not more freaked out by this? Is this the first big scare you've had since changing? I guess. Yeah, our reactions to things that would have really upset us before kind of change. Survival instinct, maybe? Anya's looking at me with an expression on her face that I can't identify. Like I was saying, since we find ourselves in this difficult situation with such a drastic failure condition, some of us should agree to look out for one another. So, you want to start an alliance? I'm down. I'll agree to not vote any of you out. At least until we're the last 4. I can agree to that too. That's wonderful. Let's drink to that. We all raise our goblets and clink them together. This is a fantastic group. I feel really optimistic about this. With my proven track record in corporate leadership and as a mindfulness guru, I can see a lot of potential here. In fact, it reminds me of... I zone out while she talks and talks and talks. I try to remember where I parked my car and hope it isn't getting towed. I think about some song lyrics. Grace is still talking, something about a meditation retreat she led in Sedona. Alright, my car got smashed up or something. Anya makes a face at me when no one's looking. Seems she thinks Grace is annoying too. Corporate leadership, sorry, but she gets sacrificed first. Absolutely the group I wanted to put together. I've spoken about this at seminars and on podcasts, but I feel that working with minorities really strengthens... Oh my fucking god. I already regret allying with Grace. It looks like even Tay is struggling to stay engaged in the conversation. So, Grace, your background is in corporate leadership. What did the rest of us do before, you know? Music and logistics. I think logistics is the right word. I don't want to sound lame for delivering groceries. Grocery delivery homies, I respect and love you so much. I use grocery delivery. You're my heroes. Any grocery delivery people out there, I love you. I love you. Except for that one guy when I ordered yellow squash and he gave me bananas instead. I think there's something really, really deeply and innately wrong with you. But everyone else, y'all are chill. Y'all are chill. Nothing impressive. I worked at a fulfillment center for Amazon. Yeah, I mean, by logistics, I was delivering groceries for an app. I want to say I'm a man of the people too, Anya. I'm actually an influencer and a content creator online. I guess I'm on hiatus now, but my plan is to continue. Oh my god. Oh, I think I've seen you. Do you do candle reviews? I zone out again and making sure I'm nodding periodically so it seems like I'm still listening. At a certain point, Grace gets called out to do an individual interview. Remember, secret alliance. Seems like none of us like her at all. Hey, is it just me or is she very annoying? Oh, I mean, I wouldn't say... Okay, sure, I'm just saying, like, I'm into an alliance with the two of you as a real alliance. You both seem cool. Anya's obviously really good at the self-control challenges. Tay, you're friendly. You can convince the other testants to get our side for the votes. What do you bring to the table, Rocky? Any corporate leadership experience? I'm obedient or I'm knowledgeable? I'm gonna say... I'm obedient. I'll do what you tell me to. Knowledge? Okay. I've actually watched a lot of reality TV shows. Tay's eyes go wide and he nods vigorously. That's actually really useful. Strategy's important in games like these. I do think we should stick with Grace for as long as we can, just so we have the numbers and vote, but I think she's gonna rub people the wrong way. So you're saying let's not hitch our trailers to Grace. She's too loud and keeps boasting. People hate that. I see what you mean, but I feel bad. She really wanted to be in alliance with us, even though she thinks I'm a homosexual, which I'm not. Tay's one of the gayest people I've ever met, but if someone is getting executed tomorrow, there's really no time to unpack that. Not that I have anything against homosexuals. I love everyone. That's great, honey. You're not coming across as homophobic at all. Tay relaxes at the reassurance. While he's going into the fridge for some more blood, Anya looks at me with that wide, what the fuck eyes. Can vampires even have sex? Aren't we dead? What doesn't matter what kind of sexualities we have going on here? I'm actually gonna head back to my room and try to clear my head. And we shouldn't be seen talking together too much if we want to go undetected. I'll finish the tape in my room and dig into the B-side. Maybe that's where the sexplanation is. On my way back to my room, I can hear Jason talking to someone. Can't believe you've never seen this show. It's the best. Well, I haven't really had time to watch too much TV. Wait, Jason's seen the show before? Too bad. I've studied every episode. No one else has a chance in this game. I head back to my room, only to find that the tape player and the stool are gone, replaced by a desk with some stationery and a pen. Right, the director said something about nominating people for the elimination vote. You generally want to go with the flow early on and vote out either the person everyone likes the least or get everyone to vote out someone who's big competition. There's one sheet of paper with the list of all the competitors. I think back on my night so far and scroll down to the list of names. Ooh, we're voting out Stefan. Anya? No way. I'm in alliance with her, and she's my friend, and she's fun, and she's probably good in the challenges. 8? Nah, 8 seems cool. Plus, they don't really seem to have made any friends yet. They could be another vote on my alliance's side. Grace, even reading her name again makes me want to lie down. I would love not to have to hang out with her, but we are an alliance. I have to honor that until she gives me a good reason not to. Jason, obnoxious, check. Competitive, check. Kinda hot, check. I saw him talking to Lily and Stefan, so they probably all teamed up. He didn't get immunity this challenge, so this would be a good chance to get rid of him. And I just heard him tell Tay he's seen every episode of the show we're on. That seems like a major red flag. Lilia, she was the first person to lose the challenge and really seems like she doesn't want to be here. I have no read on her otherwise. Rocky, oh fuck, that's me. I hope no one nominates me. I think I'm in a pretty good place though. I got an alliance. Anya at least definitely has my back, but I should really try to win immunity next time. This is too stressful. Stefan's name's crossed out because he has immunity, and he gets to sleep in a comfy coffin today. Tay, total sweetie. He's definitely an asset to Anya and Rocky Alliance. For now, at least. The choice is clear. Sorry, Jason. I circle Jason's name dramatically and show it to the camera before putting it in an envelope and leaving it on the desk. Some of my fellow contestants are kind of hot in a cold and dead way, but still. That reminds me, can vampires fuck? Can't believe they took away my tape before I could get to side B. I bet that's what's on there. It's a pretty obvious way to figure out my sex question, but they mounted a camera in the room that follows me when I pace around. Am I supposed to feel worse about the vampire thing? I am, right? I definitely am. Maybe being a vampire changes things like that, and now I'm just a cool guy who can't feel bad? Maybe I'm just in pure survival mode and it'll catch up to me when all this is over? Maybe I'll get executed before I ever have the chance to feel bad again. That'd be a sick silver lining. I wave to the camera and lie down on the floor. Good morning. Sleep well. Don't forget to buy my album when all of this is over. I close my eyes and sleep comes easily. I wake up the next night on the cold, hard floor of the dungeon, and I am still a vampire. The envelope I left on my desk is gone. Someone must have come in while I was sleeping and collected it. I was always a light sleeper, so this spooks me a little. What are you guys doing in here while I'm asleep? What about privacy? Sheesh. There's not much downtime on the show. They want us back in the ballroom pretty much immediately after sundown. They've arranged the chairs in a circle in the center of the dance floor, and there are a lot of cameras. It seems unreasonable that they need this many cameras to film us sitting in a circle. The chairs have name cards on them, and I find mine between Jason and Grace. Welcome back, fledglings. How'd you sleep? Like the dead, Nico. Jason snaps and gives Nico double finger guns. Stefan, did you enjoy your prize? Sure. A PA holds up a cue card for Nico to read. And now we begin our very first fledgling council. 2 of you have been nominated by others for elimination. Were the choice is strategic or simply a case of bad personalities, convince your fellow fledglings to help you to keep you around, and you may have a chance of finding out. Another PA hands Nico a big envelope, like the kind they open at the awards show. Our nominees for the first culling are Grace and Jason. Not me. I didn't think I'd be nominated, but it's still a relief. I see similar relief on the faces of those around me. Except Stefan, who didn't have any reason to be anxious in the first place, and the 2 nominees. Grace and Jason are sitting on either side of me, and judging from their tense postures, I guess they're pretty nervous right about now. Jason, Grace, you will now have the chance to make your case to save yourselves from imminent execution. After that, you may all discuss and ask questions before privately casting your final votes. They flip a coin to determine who makes their case when Grace wins, opting to go last. Jason fusses his leather jacket to look maximally cool as he stands up and then addresses us. I had a feeling this might happen. I get it. You see this big, smart, strong, charming guy and you think that dude's a threat. But in my short time here, I've made connections with almost all of you, and you know in your hearts I'm worth keeping around. He goes around the circle and addresses everyone. Anya, what's up, beautiful? You were one of the first fledglings I met here, and don't think I didn't see you in that last challenge, girl. You're something else. You're a serious competitor. I'd love to get to know you better. Tay, my man. I had a good time talking with you last night about content creation and social media strategy. You're a great guy. 8, we didn't get much of a chance to know each other yet, and that's on me. I'd love to get to talk, get your story, and see what you're all about. Stefan, my boy. I love you, dude. If we were allowed to leave this show alive, I'd say I made a friend for life in you, brother. I just want to go head to head with you in more of these challenges because to be the best, you gotta beat the best. Rocky Balboa, Rocky man, Schoolhouse Rock. You were my first buddy in this house, and that means so much to me. You're a guy who gets it. I know we could have some more good talks together, man. And finally, Lilia. There's one thing I do before one of us dies. It's help you come out of your shell and reach your full potential, girl. He's such a fuckboy, God. Maybe kiss a little, I don't know. I'm just joking. Because I respect women enough to kid around with women. In fact, I respect all of you enough to kid around with all of you. To try and get to know you. Just because our hearts aren't beating anymore doesn't mean we can't do a heart-to-heart. Lastly, and in conclusion, you also don't know if you're going to need some big muscle for a physical team challenge. That's a bad strategy to get rid of me now. Jason sits down looking confident and turns to me with a big smile. He claps me on the shoulder and goes back to shooting that same big smile at everyone else. As for everyone else, they still seem uncomfortable, but Jason's kind of endearing. He really did go and talk to everyone, it seems like, except 8. Thank you, Jason. Now, Grace, the floor is yours. Grace stands up and coolly smooths out her clothes before plastering a big fake smile on her face. Good evening. I've spoken with most of you, but I wanted to take this time to tell you a little more about myself. The whole mood shifts when we realize that we are Grace's captive audience. She's got the kind of smile HR gives you right before you get bad news, like you're about to get laid off or got caught jerking in the bathroom on your 15-minute break. The tone of voice that says no one's getting a bonus this year. It says if you can lean, you can clean. Oh God. Oh no, the fear. I hated that. I look around and realize she's already lost everyone on vibes alone. It makes me feel kind of bad for her until she looks right at me and starts talking again. My history as a corporate leadership makes me the clear choice for who you should keep around. But my leadership didn't begin when I entered the corporate world. I've been an entrepreneur since I was... Everyone's eyes glaze over. I'm out. I can't do it. There's no way I can listen to this. Grace drones on and on and on. I see some of the cameramen yawning. Psst, hey you, when do I cut her off? You don't. There's no time limit. So we just have to sit here and wait? Welcome to the show. The only person who seems happy during all of this is Jason, weirdly enough. He leans back into his chair casually, looking up at Grace like she's given him a present. We made record profits, but due to rising costs, we can't afford raises. Yeah, some bullshit like that. At one point, he even puts his hand on my knee and gives it a friendly squeeze, like he's a little too excited to sit still. Grace talks about herself for almost an hour. It's torture. It's actual torture. Not a single person is going to vote to keep her now. I catch Anya's eyes and shake my head as subtly as I can. I try to look at Taze, but he's completely zoned out, staring in the middle distance like he's in literal hell. There is nothing we can do to save Grace now. By the time Grace is finished, everyone looks like their soul has been sucked out of them. Nico shuffles back out with much less verve than he had before. Well, thank you, I guess, Grace. That was, well, it's over. He winces. Does anyone have any questions or discussion? We all wordlessly shake our heads. What? Grace looks surprised. That's a mercy. All right, let's vote. They go one by one into a curtained-off area of the ballroom. Inside, there's an antique desk, a red candle, another piece of paper, a knife, and a little gold thing. The names Grace and Jason are written on a paper in Gothic calligraphy. I look to the PA to ask what I'm supposed to do. Okay, so you want to cut your thumb with the knife and put your thumbprint down next to the fledgling you want to be executed. Make sure the camera sees it. Then fold it, seal it with wax, and drop it in the basket. He points to the floor where there's an old basket. Okay, I'll try to remember all that. Seriously? No reaction to the basket? Oh, I glance at the basket again. It looks really old and kind of gross. I think there's some stains on it, but it's clear there's a typo. But eyes clear. The PA wants me to be impressed. Oh, wow. Yeah, great basket. Cool. That's Robespierre's head basket, kid. Who? Ugh, never mind. I vote for Grace, obviously. Everyone else is voting Grace, and you always have to vote with the group early on in these shows. A cameraman is right on top of me, shooting over my shoulders. I press my thumb down next to Grace's name. Sorry, Grace, but you dug your own grave tonight. I said I'd stay true to our alliances for as long as I could, which turned out to be less than 24 hours. The PA does end up having to show me how to use the wax seal thing. He also seems to hate me permanently for not knowing about his friend with the basket. She won't go gracefully. Yeah. Once everyone's back in their seats and a makeup artist has touched up Nico, the cameras start rolling again. Nico stands up in front of us and begins to speak. Blood has been spilt. Now the votes will be tallied. One fledgling shall be culled this night. He reaches in the basket and opens the ballots one by one. One vote to cull Grace. One vote to cull Jason. 2 votes to cull Grace. Another vote to cull Grace. That's 3. 4 votes to cull Grace. And 5 votes to cull Grace. That's it. 5 out of 8. Grace looks stunned. Nico keeps going, counting every ballot. 6 votes to cull Grace. And the culled fledgling, by a vote of 7-1, is Grace Soleil. Wow! She looks at Anya and Tay with disgust. And then she turns to me. What did I ever do to you? Apologies, child, but your time has come. Grace looks at all of us. I loved being alive, and I was really trying the best to be a vampire. You're all snakes. She follows Nico out of the circle. Hogging the mic in council is a classic fledgling manor misstep, but that may have been the worst fumble of a defense I've ever seen in any season. Sorry, the company's decided to go in a different direction this season. Yeah. Including seasons of dejongling. Save it, Jason. Thanks for sticking with me, guys. We're led out to the courtyard. What's happening now? We wait for a few minutes for the crew to set up their cameras and lights outside. Their presence makes it all feel so surreal, like maybe this isn't really happening. Grace walks out and stands in front of us, flanked by Nico and someone I don't recognize. The third vampire is much smaller than Nico, and her face is covered by a studded mask. It looks like some kind of thing that Kanye used to wear before he went off the deep end, or during, I guess. Oh my god, what a current novel. She's holding a deadly-looking curved sword. Wait, they're not gonna make us wretched fledglings. Meet the executioner. Executioner, wretched fledglings. You have cast your vote. You have decided which among you will meet their ultimate demise. And now, you will watch as your will is carried out. I don't want to see this. What a shame. Attendance is mandatory. No way. We have to watch her die? It's okay, Tay. It'll be over quick. You're all talking like you've never seen someone die before. I haven't. Is that so? Then take a good look. Leave him alone, Stefan. You watch too, Anya. You might learn something. There's nothing to learn from this. On the contrary, we're about to watch something die that thought it was immortal. Personally, I find that fascinating. Silence! We're all startled into shutting up. Nico gets his big, sick grin on his face. I always wanted to do that. Also, oh my god, Berserk. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 26 months, Berserk. Thank you, thank you. Now, Executioner, if you please. The Executioner forces Grace down onto her knees. She brings the sword up high above her head, steel glinting in the moonlight. I want to look away. I'd give anything to look away. But I can't. I look into Grace's eyes expecting to see... I don't know what I'm expecting to see. Fear and hatred, maybe? But I don't see anything. Grace looks out of it, barely present. Maybe this experience has broken her will. The sword comes down like a guillotine blade and severs Grace's head from her shoulders. Her body collapses forward as her head rolls across the flagstones. I'm terrified that it won't stop, that it'll keep rolling until it bumps into my feet. But the body and the head that just moments ago used to be Grace dissolves into dust. I feel like I'm gonna be sick. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. 1 fledgling falls and 7 remain. Lilia's turned away. Tay looks like he might cry. Anya's trying to comfort him. 8 lurks behind them, shaking their head. Even Jason seems like he's trying to at least act somber. Only Stefan seems unfazed. He's just standing there, the barest hint of a smile. Also, hydration and stretch. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I will stretch and hydrate. Water. Very refreshing. Thank you, thank you. We did this. We betrayed her, and now she's dead. She did it to herself, Rocky. And if it wasn't her, it would have been someone else. It could have been you, or me. But it wasn't. It was Grace, and we're still here. This is sick. I can't handle this. Everyone flies back into the house. I just watched someone die. I mean, she was already dead, but now she's gone. Grace Soleil will never live again to give an irritating speech about synergy. Yeah, she was annoying, and I probably never would have hung out with her while we were alive. But I didn't want her to die. I didn't want anyone to die. Those are the rules, though. I guess it just didn't really sink in until I saw it happen. It's a high five. I need to get out of here. What did I say yesterday? We're in the middle of nowhere, but there aren't a lot of guards or anything. I don't know where I am. I don't have my phone, and if I don't find shelter before daybreak, I'll burn to a crisp. Still, I'm starting to weigh my odds. If I stick around, I've only got a 1 in 7 chance of making it out alive. Actually, let's be real. It's probably a lot lower than that. I'm pretty sure everyone here has a lot more experience as a vampire than me. What are the chances I'll be able to win any challenges? Then again, maybe I can coast on by my natural charm and total lack of a threat profile. Yeah, don't worry. The company will find a replacement. Keep working, minions. Yeah. Yeah, right. I don't want to die, but it's just not that. The idea of voting for anyone else here to be killed really freaks me out. Maybe I should just go for it. No, I don't think it's a good idea. I'll stick around. It's not worth it. Burning to death at dawn on my own doesn't sound like a great way to go. If I'm gonna die, I'd rather spend my last few nights around other people. Anyway, there's a chance I could win. Everyone loves an underdog, right? We'll see, I guess. I'm so lost in my thoughts I nearly stumble into someone. I look up and it's Stefan. His expression shifts in an instant from stony to gleeful. It's fucked up. He seems like a fucked up guy. Enjoy the show. I just want to go back to my room, man. What are you gonna do there? Sulk? Try and think up a way out of here? There are only 2 ways out of this, and only one where you come out alive. Listen, Stefan, what's your problem? We just saw someone die. I mean, we barely knew her and she was pretty irritating, but doesn't that affect you at all? He pauses for a moment like he's surprised by the question. No, it doesn't. Are you serious? Deadly. Were you always like this, or did becoming a vampire just make you an asshole? Think I'm an asshole, huh? The way he asks, I'm worried he might actually take a swing at me. Well, you're acting like one. None of us really know what's going on. Except Jason, I guess. And we're all just trying to process this as best we can. You're not helping with the psycho act. I don't know if you're trying to scare us or throw us off our game or what, but can you cool it even a little? He just stares at me for a moment, then cracks a wide, terrifying smile. I'm not trying to throw you off your game, Rocky. I'm trying to help you. What? I'm trying to help all of you. I don't know who you were or where you came from, but guess what? I don't care either, because that person is dead. You're no longer a human being. You need to stop acting like one. Grace is dead. What are you going to do about it? Cry? You can't even produce tears anymore. You're a walking corpse. It sucks to think about it that way, but I guess he's right. If I wanted to undermine you, to throw you off, do you know what I'd be doing? I'd be saying, don't worry, Rocky, everything's gonna be fine. We'll find a way out of here. I'd be giving you false hope. I'm not here to play. I have no interest in the degenerate games of the elders. I don't intend to end up decapitated for their amusement, but I'm not going out of my way to entertain them either. What do you mean, degenerate games? That's what this is, after all. It gets boring living for an eternity, or so I've heard. So they devise their little spectacles, ways of passing time. There were others before Fledgling Manor, and there'll be others after it. But for now, this is how they get their kicks. By watching a bunch of newly turned vampires struggle and scheme to keep their immortal lives. They've been around so long, they've forgotten what it means to be one of us. And what does it mean? It means the thrill of the hunt. It means reveling and taking of lesser life to sustain your own. It means meat and bone and blood. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I should be scared or turned on. You're really into all this, huh? He laughs, a single bark that seems to echo throughout the halls. Yes, I am. It's in your interest to find a way to get in touch with all this, too. Nothing good comes from fighting your nature. He slams one hand into the wall next to my head, looking down into my eyes. He's got at least a foot of height on me. Pursuing your primal lusts, overcoming your prey. These are the things that make existence worthwhile. Are we still talking about being a vampire? Are you trying to like vampirically fuck me, bro? He flashes his teeth at me cruelly. Good night, Rocky. Don't shed any bloody tears over the dead. He leaves without another word. What a fucking psycho. Do I really cry blood now? Maybe it was Stefan's little speech. Maybe it's a shock, but I don't feel like I'm at any risk of finding out tonight. It's a hi, baby. I head back to my room. I wish I could smoke some weed or something to calm down. Then I realize I'm not even sure I can smoke weed anymore. Maybe I'll have to find someone else to get high, then drink their blood. I think weed ends up in your blood, right? Drugs go into your blood? Yeah, hi, baby. They usually do a urine test at jobs, but that's probably just because it's easier. I really don't know much about how the body worked as a human, and I know even less now. Let's say hi, Frosty Tofu, welcome in. I should try and figure out some of this tomorrow. Good night, whoever's watching. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far, you sick fucks. Get a mortal to smoke weed, suck mortal blood, get high, profit. Yeah, that's exactly the plan that he was brewing up in his head. Episode 2, see you in hell. Up again. It doesn't feel like waking up like used to. It doesn't, I can read. It doesn't feel like waking up used to. It's more like I'm coming to life. Do I just become a corpse during the day now? When I was a kid, I used to worry that I died every time I went to sleep. Maybe because I saw this old movie called Dark City too young. But now it feels a bit more literal, like I'm completely dead to the world from sunup to sundown. I know someone's been in and out of my room during the day. Servants, maybe? Would I even wake up if someone tried to attack me while I was out? It kind of freaks me out to think about. I can hear the PAs moving through the house. My senses are so much better than they used to be. I guess we're going to have our second challenge tonight. Maybe it'll be something I actually have a shot at winning. I head down towards the voices when a PA stops me. He talks into his walkie. I have eyes on Rocky. Huh? We had to film your confessionals and take some photos. So, Rocky, tell me about yourself. It takes hours. I always said I liked the cutaway interviews the best when I watch reality shows, but filming these is nothing like that. I don't remember how it felt when I walked in. I don't want to act like I still don't know the stakes of the show. I do it anyway because the lights are so bright and I can't leave until I've done it. Ugh. They finally release me and I'm herded towards the ballroom. How am I supposed to win a challenge in this state? I haven't felt this shitty since I had to take the SATs. We line up and listen to Nico's instructions. I'm not the only one who looks haggard. I bet a bunch of the others had to do the same thing just as I did. I never had to take the SATs, but I did take the ACTs, and those were a pain. I had to take the ACT like multiple times. Even Nico already looks tired of playing the host. I wonder if he has to film little segments too. Fledglings, welcome to your second challenge. Last week, we tested your self-control. This week, we'll test your intelligence. Why is he talking about weeks? That was 2 nights ago. I guess the show will air weekly? The challenge is solving some kind of puzzle box. We all get one and it's a race to see who can solve theirs first. A successful vampire must be able to outwit their enemies and their prey. That's what Nico tells us anyway. I don't know what opening an old box has to do with that. One of the PAs flips a big hourglass to time us. I gotta try and win this thing. I look down at my puzzle box. It kind of reminds me of the movie where those demons show up and rip your skin off if you open the box. But like Hellraiser? Then I get distracted. If vampires are real, are demons real? Is hell? Was Christianity basically right this whole time? Do I have a soul, or did I have one and it's gone now? There's a lot of existential implications to all this that I hadn't had time to think through yet. Fuck. I get so distracted that I can barely focus on trying to solve this stupid thing. Finally, I'm startled out of my daze by Nico announcing the winner. Congratulations, Tay! You outwitted the other fledglings. You win immunity from tomorrow night's culling. Yeah, I know, dude, the existential crisis kicking in while bro's trying to just complete a Rubik's Cube. You may vote on which fledgling will be culled. You may present arguments to the fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. Looks like Tay managed to do it. Good for him. Well, at least I'm in alliance with him. That's the next best thing to actually winning myself. Seems like a pretty nice guy too. Maybe a little mixed up. The point is, I don't think he's likely to turn around and betray me. You also win, ooh, this is a good one, 1 hour of supervised phone time to be used by sunrise. Tay seems genuinely excited for that. We all hand in our puzzle boxes. What the hell was the point of this anyway? The first challenge I could kind of understand, but why do we need to solve puzzles? I spot Nico chatting to the PA after challenge scene is over. So are those like ancient artifacts or something? He looks down over his sunglasses at me. They're made of plastic, Rocco. Rocky. Whatever. They're plastic, bro. I catch Anya's eye in the hallway, hoping our alliance is still on. She smiles at me, which could mean just about anything. Jason walks by us, and Anya nods in his direction, too. He looks upset. I nod to confirm that I have also seen Jason. Then Anya walks away. Allying with Jason doesn't make a ton of sense at this point, but maybe she means that she wants him to be eliminated next? We really need to work on our silent communication. Damn, Tay, congrats, bro. That's awesome. You really killed it tonight. Thanks. I'm excited to get a phone. Smart. You're thinking of looking at past seasons, maybe pick up some strategy? That's what I would do too. No, bro's about to fucking TikTok live stream. Thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. Ice cream's so good. Yum, yum. No, I'm just gonna catch up on TikTok. Read his ass like a book, bro. Fuck, I lost again. I really wanted to win this one. What if I get nominated for execution tonight? I can't imagine why they would nominate me, but I also can't imagine why they wouldn't. It's all just so arbitrary. Grace lost her life last night because she made the mistake of being super annoying at exactly the wrong moment. I'm not Grace, but it's also not like I'm some gleaming beacon of never being annoying. I have been annoying at the wrong times. I've been tactless in the past. One time I lost a job because I wrote a song called I Want to Murder Everyone I Work With, and people found out about it. I didn't even mean it like that. But people misunderstand me a lot, which has really freaked me out. I have to make sure I play it smart. Okay, you already know the drill. Feel free to talk and do what you wish. As long as we wish to be followed by a cameraman. Exactly. Everyone disperses. Thanks for the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Samsung AI. Yeah. A and Tay look like they're headed to the kitchen. I gotta talk to A. I need to talk to my darling. I want to romance them so bad. Stefan follows Lilia into a side corridor. So we gotta go to the kitchen again. And Jason mopes out in the garden. Jason seems pretty depressed. I'm gonna go check in on him. Should I come? She shrugs. Tay's trying to loop in 8 if you want to join them. She squeezes my arm and walks outside. We're going to join 8 and Tay, baby. Anya made it clear she was taking care of her Jason plan, so I'll back up Tay in the kitchen while he talks to 8. I walked down the hallway into the kitchen. I worked up an appetite with that dumb interview and puzzle. Also, it's probably a good idea to feed regularly. Never know when they'll starve us again. When I get there, Ada's throwing an empty blood bag into the trash and putting their mask back on. Tay is sipping blood out of another goblet. Congrats on the win, Tay. He gives this big smile. I don't think I've ever seen him smile so sincerely before. Thanks, Araki. It's honestly such a relief. Jason seemed upset about the result. Tay nods. God lays out the path. All we can do is walk it. I don't really understand what that means or what that has to do with being faster at solving puzzles than other people in a reality show for vampires, but I nod anyway. So, what are we thinking tonight? What's the vibe? Ada and I have been talking, and we think it would be snart. We think it would be smart to nominate the big threats now, while neither of them has immunity. Who knows when we'll get another chance to vote out Stefan or Jason. I think about it, and they're right. There's only 3 of us. We have Anya, too. So that's 4. I bet Jason would nominate Stefan if he really felt threatened, and Stefan would absolutely nominate Jason. What if we nominate Jason and another person no one wants to vote out? That's a classic recipe for getting blindsided, not worth the risk. The 2 nominees have to be Stefan and Jason. They can take each other out like Godzilla versus Mothra. How do we get them to nominate each other? They just need to know what's happening, right? And then their instincts will do the rest. Bingo. Lilia was eavesdropping on us a few minutes ago, so let's hope she spills to them what she just heard. She was? Uh-huh. Wow, you must have really keen senses. Nice work, 8. Feeling very accomplished and way less likely I'm about to get beheaded, I pour myself a well-deserved goblet of fridge blood. So what are you into, Rocky? I feel like we haven't really talked about much other than vampire life. Yeah, I know. I want to get to know you better, 8. Oh, me? Have you ever heard of grindcore? Because I could grind on your core, if you know what I'm saying. Tay shakes his head. It sounds familiar, but I can't say I know what that is. It's music. I really like all kinds of metal and hardcore subgenres, though. I like playing music, and I like going to shows and getting crazy in the pit. That's more or less what I'm into. I guess I like weed, too, and old TV shows. I like EDM. My dream is to start a rave that's also a church. So instead of drugs, you're high on the brotherhood, and we all experience through God. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like, instead of those like tablets that they put on your tongue to dissolve like the acid tablets, it's just like the fucking communion wafers that they put on your tongue instead. Whoa. I don't like rave music, but I get that. I definitely feel a brotherhood, sisterhood, siblinghood, whatever, when I'm at a really good show. Even if Tay's whole deal is a little much. But that would actually be really popular. Thanks. Tay beams at me. About you, 8? I've always loved art, fashion, sculptures, things like that. I can see that for 8. With the hood and the mask, they look kind of cool underground artists. Like street art and stuff? Before 8 can respond, Tay clears his throat. I should try to find Anya and check in. Okay, good idea. And you have your reward with the phone tonight. Have fun, Tay. Night. And then I gotta say, hang out with 8. Nah, 8's cool. Anyways, this is nice to get a break from talking and from game strategy and challenges and executions. What were we talking about? Art? I like any art that offers a new way of seeing things. I nod. I totally relate. The first time I heard napalm death, I think all the atoms in my body rearranged themselves. 8 laughs. I'll have to look into that. Napalm death? I'm so excited that I grab 8's hand with my own and squeeze them. They're really big, like claws. Hey, yo, what them claws do, baby. Fuck yeah, let me know what you think. I don't want to overhype it, but your life will be permanently altered. Probably. 8 squeezes my hand back and I flinch. It's kind of scary being squeezed by big vampire claws. Squeeze harder? Maybe it's just my imagination, but 8 seems a little sad when I flinched. So I squeeze 8's big claw hands again and give them a big smile. I think they're smiling back, but I can't totally tell. Then, once we've smiled, I let them go. Can't hold hands for too long. I'd look crazy. Yeah, we held hands. Oh my gosh. Sorry about grabbing you like that. I just got really excited. About napalm death? Yeah, of course. Being dead is great because I can't blush. At least 8 seems entertained by my antics and not annoyed. As long as I'm entertaining, I'm safe. Safe-ish. Don't be sorry. It's nice that you're so excited. I wonder if one of the rewards is a concert or something like that. I bet if it was, it'd be something old and boring though, like chamber music. 8 giggles. Maybe some harpsichord. We'd have to sip blood out of tiny, tiny glasses and scent out of fainting couches. And clap like this. Yeah. They tap their little index finger against the back of their other hand in imitation of a golf clap. Oh shit, do you think they'll make us dress up? Totally. Corsets, capes, big gaudy jewelry, lots of lace and velvet. Hats. Everyone needs a big hat, like Abraham Lincoln hat. Or powdered wig. Abraham Lincoln hat on top of a powdered wig. We both burst into giggles. Oh, they're so fucking cute. I love them. One of the camera people walks away in a huff. Oh shit, do you think we offended him by making fun of powdered wigs? Our giggles become explosive laughter, and I need to clutch the countertop to keep from collapsing onto the floor. Through the laughter, 8 starts talking in a really absurd British accent. Fledglings, I am terribly disappointed for your grossly disrespectful attitudes towards the cultural treasures of the Western vampire elders. You must now apologize to 6 harpsichordists lest you be met with the harshest punishment of all. The harpsichordist sanction. I wonder if the stress of the show is making me giddy. Maybe I just like 8. Someone's dying tomorrow and it's all so awful, but still, we laugh and laugh and laugh until the camera crew have given up on us and it's just 8 and me in the kitchen grinning wildly. A PA is walking around the house, yelling into every room. Okay, everybody, 90 to sunrise. Time to start heading back to your rooms. Cameras, prep for nominations. Well, I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night. Thanks for this. I'm not sure what exactly I'm thanking them for, but they seem to get it. Or at least they don't ask. Oh my god, Neon Harper. Thank you so much for the 39 sub streak. Thank you, my favorite froggy. Have another friend in the house aside, it is a huge weight off my mind that there's no target on me right now. Hopefully I'm not doing too much wheeling and dealing. I'm heading back to my room where I run into Stefan in one of the millions of corridors and hallways this place has. Just the lost little lamb I was looking for. He's giving me another one of those creepy smiles. I'll be nominated for tomorrow's night's culling. Stefan looks at me really closely, like he's trying to get a read on my reaction as to what he's telling me. With him scrutinizing me on one side and the camera filming us on the other, I feel totally invaded, like I have zero privacy of any kind. I play it cool. This is all going according to plan, I think. Where'd you hear that? Don't worry about where I heard it. The others want to get rid of either me or Jason. Okay. What about your alliance? Stefan scoffs. It's time to give up on your childish reality show tactics and start thinking like the predator you are. The alliance is over. When it comes down to culling me or culling Jason, do you know what your choice will be? I have to think about it. Why should I keep you around? Stefan scoffs again. This guy sure loves to scoff. What, you want me to beg you to nominate Jason? Do you want me to stoop to your level of sneaking around and forming alliances? You want me to make you promises or negotiate something with you? I'm not going to do any of that. So that's your pitch? Your pitch is that you won't work with me? Great. Really impressive. Incredible strategic acumen. Stefan pulls out another of his little derisive laughs. I wonder if he has any other modes that surly and scoffing. Looks at me like I'm a little worm on the ground. I don't have a pitch. I have an observation. Sure, hit me with it. I'm an asshole, right? I'm unpleasant. I say things you don't like hearing. I'm uncooperative and rude. Yeah, but that because he's like that on the surface, we don't have to worry about him doing anything outside of the scope of what we think he'll do. He's predictable. He's understandable, you know? You said it, not me. We're monsters, Rocky. We're blood-sucking, immortal predators. Every last one of us is a monster. I guess, if you want to put it like that. I don't want to put it like that. It is like that, and no one else will say it. Do you wonder why that is? Why no one else will say it? Some are scared. Some are ashamed. Some are so deep in denial about who they are that they've lost in their own delusions. And some, Rocky, some are just lying to your face. And you're better than because, what, you're more honest? God, no. Well, he considers it for a second and then laughs. It's not the mean laugh I've heard before. He sounds genuinely entertained. Honest isn't the word I'd have used, but if you want to think of it that way, I guess you can. I don't hide the monster that I am. The rest of them do. Stefan's voice gets low and breathy. He puts a hand on my shoulder and looks right in my eyes. So what you need to ask yourself, Rocky, is, what are the rest of them hiding? That's actually a decent argument, at least for Stefan over Jason. I saw Jason's crack starting to show tonight, and they made him seem volatile. Having an unpredictable element in the mix could be rough. Stefan is predictable in that he'll always choose the shitty thing to say. He'll always opt to save himself over others. He'll always be a ruthless asshole. Take a step back, and Stefan's hands fall to my shoulder. Okay, you made some pretty good points. I'll have to give it some thought. He smirks at me, giving me the most obvious once-over I've ever seen. Okay, cool. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. Good talk, man. Stefan's still looking at me as I walk away. Back in my room, there's another nomination form. It's basically the same list as the first time, but it feels so much heavier this time around. Something twists up inside me when I realize just how casually I was talking about this voting all night. I keep forgetting what the stakes are and finding myself having fun. As I read each name, I can't help but picture them on their knees in the courtyard like Grace. Someone on this list won't exist in 24 hours. Then I have a thought. What if I circle more than one? Or don't circle any of them? What's that called again? A ruined ballot? Will they just not count it? Or would there be some kind of punishment? I guess I'd be relying on everyone else doing the same. In that case, maybe they just kill us all. Still, that wouldn't be much of a show. Probably they're just counting on our natural selfishness. I was feeling all hyped on alliances at the start of the night, but after talking to Stefan, it's so clear to me how little that means to anything. Tay, Anya, and 8 decided on Jason and Stefan on the next 2 nominees. I can't actually remember which one I was assigned to nominate. Who's it gonna be? Ooh, I should save. Save. Put that one there. There we go. And then, okay. I'm gonna vote Anya. I think she's safe. She's sort of settled into mom friend kind of role. Plus, I don't really want to have to vote for her. 8, maybe, but probably not. They're just too nice. I could get suckered, but I'd rather be a sucker than a cynical creep. Jason, definitely a possibility. It's not that I want him to die, but he hasn't made a great case for himself. Better watch yourself, bud. Oh yeah, I am. Lilia, I still don't really know much about her. Something about Lilia is a little unsettling, but that's not really enough to push me to nominate her. Rocky, there I am again. I wonder if anyone else is circling my name right now. I hope I've kept a low enough profile that it doesn't come to that, but I guess we'll see. Stefan, he's a possibility for sure. That guy's a genuine psychopath. Tay-Tay's got immunity, so his name is crossed out. Wish I'd been able to win this challenge, but Tay at least seems like a pretty nice dude. Sounds like it's between Jason and Stefan. I think back to my conversation with Stefan about nominating Jason over him. I don't know. Am I convinced? Did Stefan convince me to keep him around? Yeah. When I think about it, Jason is kind of the obvious choice. It seems like he's already coming apart. It's gotta be Jason. Again, sorry, bro. I circle Jason's name and show the camera, putting it in an envelope and leaving it on the desk. Another nomination. There will be another council tomorrow night. Then we'll have to watch it happen. Again. There are moments when I can almost forget what's going on. When I'm chatting with someone and it's like everything is normal for a second. Then I see one of the cameras and I remember what all of this is. Why aren't we all running? Why don't we all work together to fight our way out of this? I guess because there's nowhere we could go even if we managed to escape. That's probably why this show works in the first place. Or it's an authority thing, like those experiments where they got people to shock one another just by wearing a lab coat. I barely know anything about vampire society, but it mostly just seems like the human world cranked up to the extreme. I'm sure there are rich psychos out there who would absolutely set up a real-life Hunger Games if they could. I mean, it took how long for someone to recreate Squid Game? I don't think they actually killed anyone for that, but still. Maybe I'm being too generous. Maybe becoming a vampire really does mean losing your soul. That would explain both the show in the first place and the fact we're so willing to accept this. Grace was, well, not easy, but the easiest choice. Things are only going to get harder from here. Time for bed. Here we go again. Someone opens my door. Calling call times and 15 minutes in the ballroom. You guys should unionize. Very funny. Seriously, how are you already up? The PA shakes his head at me. You have no idea, kid. Most of us have been up working for hours. You're the only one who gets to sleep in. I'm dead asleep until I wake up, so I can't imagine how that works. Maybe it's a skill you develop with time. We're back in the ballroom for another round of Decide Who Dies. I wonder if the vampires watching at home will be taking bets on eliminations. If nothing else, killing off everyone who's eliminated probably makes it a lot easier to keep everything a secret until the show airs. Maybe Jeff Props should start doing that. I find my name card on a chair between Anya and Tay as everyone settles in. Time to find out who's up for execution. Welcome back to the fledgling council. He seems upbeat. Maybe he just ate, or maybe he got a note about needing some more on-screen energy. Once again, you have nominated 2 amongst you for eviction, and in fledgling manor, there is no housing court to appeal to after the fact. PA hands Nico the envelope with the round's nominations on it. We're all anxious for him to get it over with, but just as he starts sliding one of his long nails under the fold, he stops. Where are my manners? Tay, did you enjoy your phone time? Tay seems startled by the sudden attention. Oh, yeah. I caught up with a lot of my favorite TikTokers. Pray Up 2002 went to Korea and made this really great vlog where she met up with some local content creators over there. They did karaoke and she sang Hillsong and great, that's just great. I'm glad Tay had a nice time on the internet, but I'm a little thankful Nico cut him off. Hearing what people's favorite TikTok stars are is almost as bad as hearing about their dreams. Well then, without further ado, he slides one nail down the envelope and delicately produces the results of our nominations. Stefan. I glared at him, stone cold. He knew this was coming and doesn't seem fazed by it one bit. And Jason. On the other hand, Jason's jaw has dropped. Maybe he thought he was in the clear after he dodged that bullet at the first council, but it's not like he's gotten any less Jason-like. As in the first week, we will now open up the council to allow both nominees to speak in their defense. Jason, Stefan, would either of you like to go first? Up to you, big man. Okay, I'll go first. Fine by me. I mean a second. Suit yourself. Jason is clearly sweating. Stefan is, well, he's acting like Stefan. But I still don't see how he can be so calm when his life is on the line. Also, hi, Ryukujo. Stefan folds his arms and cocks back his head, looking at nobody in particular. We're all waiting for him to launch into his defense of himself. Vote for me if you want. And that's it. Wow. All right then. Jason, I guess you're up. Something is changing in Jason's expression. The look of total despair has been replaced by confusion that's rapidly giving way to glee. You think Stefan's thrown it, or that he's just too much pride to beg for his life. Well, it's hard to compete with a message that's that brief and on point, but let me see what I can do. Look, I didn't expect this. I thought last time was just a one-off and that maybe I came on a little too strong and people were responding to that. And that's cool. I hadn't read the room. I didn't know what kind of energy everyone was putting out. The 20 out of 10 speech. Vote for me if you want. Because he knows. His own charm point, his own appeal is that he's a no-nonsense type, you know? He's not trying to suck dick and you know, fuck ass. He's just trying to get through and show the vampire elders who's boss, you know? But I feel like I locked in that vibe now. We're clicking, right? You can hear it. Constant clicking, baby. Tay, my dude, regular Mensa guy over here. You're smart as hell. You can see the benefits of keeping me around, can't you? Have you ever spoken to Stefan? I don't blame you if not. He's creepy as hell. Stefan doesn't even react. Anya, we're in this together, babe. I'm the only one who's seen Fledgling Manor. If you want someone who can help you navigate all this craziness, that's me. Anya just gives Jason a weak little smile. And hey, Lilia, remember what I said last time? That's still true. I can tell just by looking at you, you got hidden depths. Lilia clenches her jaw as Jason turns to her. It's clear that she just wants him to leave her alone. There's something about you. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just how quiet you are. But I know there's more to you than you let on. She seemed mortified by the attention. I wonder why. Next, he turns to me. Rocky, Rockefeller Center, Rockapella. Rockapella? I love your style, man. I think we could have a really great dynamic moving forward. Maybe you're not totally vibing with me. I get it. I got a big presence. But be honest with yourself. If it's me or Stefan that sticks around, which would you prefer? 8, same goes for you. That's what it comes down to, right? It's not about how much you like me. It's about whether you like me more than Stefan. That's what we're deciding here, isn't it? Whether I'm more likable than this psycho who barely opens his mouth to say some really unhinged shit. I'm not crazy, right? Stefan's a freak. A genuine, honest-to-God freak. If you saw him on the train, you'd change cars. He's working himself up into a sweat now, metaphorically speaking. Lisa, hi, Red. Jason can't stop himself. He's falling into the exact same trap that Grace did last time. Stefan didn't give up. He handed Jason his own noose. Is this your guy? Really? He won't even defend himself. Maybe he doesn't even want to live. I do, okay? I want to keep going. Because I got so much more to give. Not just to you all, but to the world. Nobody's saying anything. It seems like he might stop for a moment, but then he just starts up again. You like this? A dude who doesn't even seem like a person? I thought maybe it was just an act before, but now I think this guy might actually be a serial killer. He's not wrong, but you could probably say that about most of the contestants on the show. We're vampires, after all. For the briefest moment, I catch Stefan's eye, and I swear I can see the barest hint of a satisfied smile on his face before his expression returns to stony neutrality. Come on, guys. Look, we can all move past this. Vote Stefan out, and we can just pretend none of this ever happened, okay? It'll be like it was supposed to be. I don't know who's gonna come out of this thing on top. It might not be me, but I sure as hell don't know how. No, I don't go out at the second council. You all need me. And I'm not that bad to be around either, right? It's cool, it's all cool. You know what you have to do. I shouldn't be getting this worked up. He's about to sit back down. But it makes me crazy to think that Stefan's gotten into your head somehow. Maybe use some kind of vampire powers? Vampire powers? Some of you, I bet you didn't even know those were a thing. Well, they are. So if you find yourself agreeing with this wolf, you have to ask yourself, is that you siding with him or has he gotten to you? You could be doing that. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know, guys. Finally, it seems like he's run out of steam. Everyone's quiet while Nico types away on his phone until an PA nudges him. Oh, are you done, Jason? Yeah, I'm done. Does anyone want to ask either Jason or Stefan any questions? I do. Everyone turns to Tay and he squirms in his seat a little. Go ahead, Tay. Well, my question for Stefan, do you really not have any reason why we shouldn't vote for you? Stefan slowly looks up and makes eye contact with Tay, who fidgets uncomfortably. Stefan, you want to address that, or? I said what I have to say. Wow, gripping stuff. Anyone else? Come on, ask me anything. I'll give you strategies for all the seasons I've seen. I've even seen Tejongling. I'm invaluable. The atmosphere is getting uncomfortable. This isn't like last time. Say what you will about Grace, she at least kept her cool while she yammered on at us. Jason's lost it. If there's nothing else, then we'll move on to the vote. Someone say something, just talk to me. I said we'll move on to the vote. One at a time, we go to the curtained off area to cast our ballots. It's the same setup as last time. Desk, candle, paper, knife, seal. I wonder if this is the kind of thing elder vampires do or if it's just played up for the show. This time, I know the drill. I prick my thumb with the knife and place my thumbprint next to... Jason. Sorry, man. You are coming apart, and the last thing we need is an unpredictable person in this house. Stefan is a psycho, but at least he's a predictable psycho. So far. We march back into the ballroom and take our seats. Jason looks like a wreck. Blood has been spilt. The votes have been tallied. One fledgling shall be culled this night. Nico begins pulling the votes off the basket handed to him by the PA. Stefan. He pulls out another. Stefan. Jason looks up. Maybe he'll live to see another night after all. He clearly has some supporters here. Or maybe it's like you said and people just dislike him less than Stefan. Jason. He doesn't even seem shaken by that. He knew at least one person would vote for him. Stefan, who seemed perfectly unperturbed by all this. Jason. They're tied now. Jason. It's 3, Jason, 2, Stefan. 2 votes left. Stefan. They had to have set it up this way, right? Down to the last vote and it's the tiebreaker? Nico slowly turns the paper around to show us. Jason. I figured this was coming, but I had no idea what to expect. Based on Jason's performance earlier, I have thought he might try and attack Stefan or something. But he's not doing anything like that. He's just sitting there. Or wait, he's crying. Streaks of blood are streaming down his face as he buries his face in his hands. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This wasn't how I was meant to go. God, this is fucking awful. I was gonna be a star. This was gonna be the thing that changed everything. I was gonna turn my fucking shitty life around. Even Nico looks kind of uncomfortable. Your time has come, child. Jason slowly rises to his feet. Maybe he'll try and make a run for it? Nope. He just lowers his hands, revealing his crimson-smeared face, and looks at all of us blankly, and turns to follow Nico outside. Nobody says a word. They lead us back out to the courtyard again, and it's worse now that I know what to expect. We all stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Except Stefan, of course, who is fine. Tay in particular looks haggard and fucked up. He looks like he's muttering something to himself, but I can't hear what he's saying. He closes his eyes and hangs his head. Is he praying? If there's a god, do they accept vampire prayers? There's no way of knowing, I guess. We wait for the cameras and lights to set up, and then we wait some more. What's taking so long? Patient for the bloodshed, huh? What the fuck is your problem? Don't let him provoke you, Rocky. Stefan laughs. Would everyone be so down in the dumps if I was the one you were waiting for? We all know the answer. It's a no. Jason's been friendly with everyone. Fuck, he's even been friendly with Stefan. But we voted for him to die because that's what we have to do on this show. And it sucks. No matter how you look at it, it's terrible. Maybe I am impatient for the bloodshed to start, because the longer we just stand here under the hot lights, the longer I have to think about what we just did. All these people are going to have to die if I'm going to survive this. I look at them. Anya, Tay, Lilia, 8, Stefan. I doubt I'll watch them all die, but I'll probably see some of them go. Maybe Grace was the luckiest, since she didn't have to see it happen to anyone else. It's easy to muse that to myself, but I'm not about to nominate myself for the chopping block. Finally, Nico and the executioner bring Jason out. He looks weird, though. Normally, Jason stands up really straight. He usually has a posture right out of a masculinity meme you might find on a forum where people have extremely fucked up ideas about gender. But now, he's slumped up against Nico. His face is kind of slack. Are Nico and the executioner holding him up? Oh my god, they say dated him. Is Jason already dead? Well, yes, technically. But did they already execute him? No. He opens his eyes and looks at us. His gaze drifts over to Stefan and then closes his eyes again. Did they drug him? I wonder if that's what took so long. I had a feeling he might put up a fight. Jason's a strong guy. It's possible they had to dose him to get him to stop struggling. I think I'm gonna throw up. Jason's eyes open once more, locked onto Stefan. When he speaks, it's soft. I've never even heard him speak so softly. See you in the next life, brother. Yeah, buddy. I'll see you in hell. For a split second, Stefan's awful grin looks fond and warm. And then it's over. Nico clears his throat. Executioner, it is time. He steps away from Jason, and Jason slumps to the floor. Something looks seriously wrong with him. He's way past even just the crying. They did something to him while we were waiting. I'm sure of it. The executioner gestures at Jason's body, and Nico rolls his eyes. Fine. Nico bends down to grab Jason by the hair and hold him steady. Is this acceptable, executioner? The executioner nods and raises her sword over her head. There's a nasty chop, and then the stump of Jason's neck watches dumbly as its head rolls away, all before it turns to dust. Goodbye, Jason. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. 1 fledgling falls and 6 remain. Congratulations on making it this far, fledglings. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow night. He stretches out his hand. Executioner. The executioner takes it, and they walk back into the house. Tay seems unsteady on his feet. What did I... Oh my God. Lilia runs to catch him before he falls down. It's okay, Tay. We did the right thing. Tay hangs his head, and she helps him back inside. Stefan scoffs. I don't know if I can take this level of histrionics. You were such an asshole, Stefan. That's why you kept me, right? You're a disgusting human being. No, I'm not a human being, and neither are you. In fact, none of us are. I'm just the only one willing to admit it. Whatever. I'm gonna go check on Tay. You should worry less about him and more about yourself. See you later. I'm torn between pissed off and completely numb. I really want to blame Stefan for this, but we all voted for Jason. I should take responsibility, right? Still, he doesn't exactly make it easy to not be mad at him. As the others turn to go, something freezes me in my tracks. For a moment, I swear I see something out the woods. 2 glowing red orbs peering out at me from the trees. I blink, and they're gone. Must have been a wolf or something, I guess. We all make our way back into the building and get the usual spiel from production coordinator. I'm totally out of sorts after watching Jason die. Stefan and Anya both head towards the garden. Lilia goes back to her room. 8 follows Tay into the kitchen. Well, you know we gotta go to the kitchen, baby. I should join 8 and Tay in the kitchen. I walk down to the kitchen. Those councils and executions are stressful, and stress always makes me hungry. It's also probably a good idea to feed regularly. Never know when they'll starve us again. When I get there, 8 is tucking a straw into their mouth so they can drink with it on. Tay is filling a goblet with some fridge blood. I grab the bag when he's done and pour the rest into a goblet of my own. How's everybody feeling? Awful. 8 sighs. Not great. We masterminded this whole thing. This was our fault. I'm responsible for Jason's death. 8 pats Tay on the back, but Tay flinches away. Maybe it's just my imagination, but there's a flash of hurt in 8's eyes. If it wasn't Jason, it would have been someone else. Would you really feel less guilty if it was Stefan who was executed tonight? Tay shrinks in on himself. I don't know. Probably. But then I feel awful about feeling that way. But I liked Jason. Yeah, I kind of did too. There's no way to do this show without coming out the other side a monster. You realize that, right? What do you mean? The process squeezes every last ounce of human sentiment, ethics, morality, whatever, out of you. By the time you're the last one standing, you've done such awful things to get there and been part of so many deaths that you're transformed. Properly transformed, much more dramatically than just being turned into a vampire physically. What's a high set? I nod, though it's weird that 8's talking like they know how this all works. That makes it worse. It's worse that you're reacting as expected to the context in which you've been placed. I'm supposed to hold myself to a higher standard. Sounds like you hold yourself to an impossible standard, honestly. Now that you ask me. Tay slams his goblet down on the counter and turns away. Whatever. I'm going to my room. He walks out the room quietly. All I can do is call out after him. Sorry, Tay. I cringe at 8. I'm so bad at this. Should I go after him? Should I talk him down? No, we gotta hang out with 8. He probably just needs to blow off some steam. Or pray, or something. I try to remember what Christians do. My grandma lit a lot of candles. Don't feel too guilty. None of us are equipped to be able to get through to Tay. He's on his own wavelength. You mean the religion thing? I think he inhabits a world encased in layers of shame. You're right about his standards being impossible, but you can't force him to see that. Maybe, yeah. All of a sudden, it hits me how exhausted I am. I think I'm gonna go lie down. See you, Rocky. Once I'm alone in the hallway, it hits me that I'm not as much as I'm tired of these people. It's actually kind of nice to walk around by myself. Why not take this as an opportunity to look around the house? Maybe I'll find something useful. Where the hell did they find a big old house that they could shoot a vampire reality show in? I guess if the elders have been around for hundreds of years, they're probably pretty rich. God, they're living the billionaire dream. I wander down the hall and take a turn almost at random. A place like this has got to have some secret passages or something, right? Like, pull the right volume on the bookshelf and the whole thing spins around. Maybe I can find the studio control room. And then what, Rocky? Well, I might be able to read the other contestants' files or something. They probably have those, right? For promotion and things. Hold on, are there ads for this show? It's strange to think about the whole parallel society operating just under humanity. How have people not found out about it? I guess even if somebody did find out, nobody would believe them. Might as well say you shot Bigfoot. Talking about vampires puts you squarely in crank territory. Aunt Gabby used to talk about vampires when I was a little kid. I wonder if she actually met one. What does my family think about what's happened to me? I've been missing and unreachable for a few days now. Even if I get out of here, am I gonna be able to see them again? Or my friends? I don't know if I can think about that right now. I gotta focus on staying alive. I wander up a staircase that looks like it hasn't been used in a while. I'm surprised they're giving me free reign of the house. The cameraman who'd been filming stops following me, but they probably have cameras everywhere already. Then I hear something I haven't heard in days. Something I've heard on the daily for most of my adult life. The default iMessage sound. Someone's got a phone? It must be a PA or something. Maybe they're playing with the one Tay got to use. They took away mine and everyone else's when we got here. I creep up the rest of the staircase, the dusty carpet muffling my footsteps. There's something else now, too. The scent and sound of a crackling fireplace. I do my best to sneak down the narrow hallway and lean around the corner of an open door. Sure enough, there's a fire burning in the mantel. There's one of those long, old-fashioned couches turned away from the door. The rest of the furniture in the room has covers thrown over it. Seems like whoever's on that couch came here to get away from everyone else in the house. Maybe I should leave them alone. I know you're there, Rocky. It's Nico, the show's host, but how did he know it was me? It's not polite to skulk, you know. Why does it feel like I'm being scolded by the principal? Sorry, I was just, wandering around. That's fine, you're not in any trouble or anything. Anyway, now that you're here, you might as well pull up a chair. Sure, okay. Look at him, he looks cool as fuck. He's pretty chill. The phone looks so tiny in his hands, though. Is this a smartphone for ants? The animation for this is very small, like slow, though. Oh damn, bro stretched out on the sofa. I see it now. Oh my god, I see it. Pull up your pants. Pull them up. Pull them up. Pull them up. Pull up your pants. I enter the room and take one of the covers off the chair by the fireplace. Being this close to a fire is a little unsettling, knowing it's one of the few things that can really hurt me. Is that okay? Doesn't fire burn us? Nico looks up from his phone for a second and gives me this expression like he's addressing a very stupid toddler. Fire burns humans too, Rocky. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. What are you apologizing for? I don't know, I just, sorry. This is weird. Is this okay? It's fine by me. There aren't any cameras in here if that's what you're asking. Oh, cool. This is awkward. It's like seeing the teacher outside of school. The teacher were a giant hot vampire. I don't know, dude, you see his fucking happy trail? His pants are so low. It's crazy. So, what are you up to? Me? Oh, living the dream. You know, I've been keeping an eye on you. He's been... what? I don't think anyone expected you to make it this far. There's only been 2 eliminations so far. Yes, I know. Ouch. You could say that I've taken a special interest in you. Is he hitting on me? They tell me that you woke up in the house with no recollection of how you got here or how you became a vampire. Is that true? Yeah. Your maker must have been a real bastard. I'm starting to feel that way. So, is this like your job? Like, do vampires have jobs or what? My job? No, it's more like community service. Right, he did say something on the first night about this being a court-appointed position. Trust me, this isn't my idea of fun. So, what did you do that got you stuck hosting the show? Let's just say that I hang with a bad element and it's gotten me into hot water on more than one occasion. What could vampires think of as a bad element? I wonder, could it have something to do with who he's texting? You know, if you do somehow end up winning, it's going to be a big change for you. You'll be a minor celebrity. You like parties? Parties? You know, dancing, drugs, music. Parties. Oh, sure, I guess. Well, you haven't tasted true debauchery until you've been to a vampire party. Trust me. It definitely feels like he's hitting on me. Do they spray blood all over the room from the sprinklers or something? He gives me that seriously expression again. Do they spray wine from the sprinklers at human parties? Use your head, Rocky. Right. Look, nobody expects much from you. You were born almost literally yesterday and you have no clue who your maker is. The odds are very much not in your favor. But everyone loves an underdog, don't they? If you're smart about things, you've got a chance. It's a highlight damage. But you have to want it. You have to be willing to reach out and take it. The way he says it really makes it seem like he's suggesting something. He is pretty hot, and the idea of hooking up with the host... So, nobody's told me if vampires, you know. What's that? I was thinking that, Oh, honey, no. Shit. I'm spoken for by someone large and hairy and jealous. Hairy, like a bear? More like a wolf. A wolf. Oh my god. Is Nico involved in some kind of Twilight situation? Is that the wolf we saw outside? Because he mentioned we saw a wolf outside earlier. Wait, are werewolves real too? Nico rolls his eyes and lets out a deep sigh and then goes back to messing around with his phone. I've already said too much. Oh, okay. Sorry. It's fine, but you better be off now. Don't you have a game to play? Fledglings to bond with or manipulate or something. Right, yeah, okay. That's a good one. He's not even paying attention to me anymore. Totally absorbed in his phone. I get out there, still pretty embarrassed. Oh my god. Nico's a strange guy. Does he really care if I win or not? Why should he? Whatever. I should probably be focusing more on the competition than the host. Tonight jerked me around in every possible direction. I like some of these people, but I definitely can't trust them. Look what happened to Jason. And he was pretty decent to everybody. What really freaks me out is that Grace and Jason were the only 2 people here more annoying than I am, and now they're both ashes. Does that mean I'm next? If the last 2 nights taught me anything, it's that alliances are meaningless. Everyone betrays everyone. There's no guarantee of safety. As sunrise approaches and the exhaustion starts to take hold, one thought comes to my mind. I have to win the next challenge. Episode 3. This is our chance. I like our character's shirt. Yeah, he's like a big heavy metalhead. It's weird. I used to have such vivid dreams. That was the one thing I always liked about weed, that it tended to kill them. Now there's no tossing and turning, no nighttime visions. I'm just gone. It's kind of nice, actually. Then I remember where I am. Last night, what happened to Jason. Fuck. He didn't deserve that. He was cringy and lame and insanely annoying, but I don't think any of those crimes are worthy of execution. The more I think about him, the more I feel like I liked him, even though I didn't like him very much when he was actually talking to me. At least he volunteered, I guess. He signed up for a show he could only win by plotting the deaths of 7 other people. Does that make his death less awful somehow? The fact that he signed up for it? What 8 said last night was right. Something about being here is warping me. What really fucked me up is it's not an unfamiliar feeling. I get up and I'm just pissed. I wish I had my phone or an old MP3 player or something just so I could listen to some music. Or my bass. I need to blow off some steam. I don't like feeling shame. I think it's one of the dumbest, most pointless emotions. But I feel ashamed right now that I'm just like cooperating with all of this. No, I'm not just cooperating with it. I'm getting into the game of it. I'm playing to win, or at least to survive. I participated in the deaths of 2 people. And now I have to get off this mattress and do it all over again. My door's open. It's another PA. How many PAs work on this fucking show? We need you for interviews, Rocky. I follow him back to the room where they interview us and notice another PA carrying some equipment through a door I hadn't seen open before. Looks like there's all kinds of monitors in there. I should come back later and see if I can get inside. Rocky, you seem kind of morose. Can you perk up a little? No, I hate being here. I hate doing this. That's not true. You've been making great moves. You made a major alliance your first night here. And then a brand new alliance in the 2nd episode that brought down one of the most serious competitors here. You're making connections with everyone, and all the other fledglings really think highly of you. You're using your reality TV know-how in a very impressive way. There's no way you hate doing it. You're loving it. I don't love it. That's not what the footage shows. I grit my teeth. I don't love the part where someone dies, okay? That's the part I don't love. But the rest of it? The strategy and the voting and alliances? You can't tell me you don't love that. I want to tear my microphone off and walk away. So why don't I? Is it just that I want to survive, or is there something else? You're funny, you're cute, you're down to earth, and you're an expert on these shows. Our audience is going to fall in love with you, but you have to meet them halfway. I don't want to kill all of these people. You're not killing anyone. This isn't Battle Royale, okay? What's that? That's like the original Hunger Games. Don't worry about it. Dated reference. I've seen Battle Royale. I've seen it. I'm aware. I get the reference. You're not killing anyone. You're saving yourself. That doesn't seem... Listen, I know your maker didn't tell you much, so I can break this down for you. It is somewhere between taboo and illegal to make new vampires. Almost all fledglings who are caught are killed. They don't have a chance to save themselves. You're lucky. You have a chance to save yourself. If you've been discovered by someone else, you'd be a pile of ash somewhere in Albany. So cheer up and let's film this fucking interview cutaway, alright? We talk for a couple of hours and I find myself laughing and joking about the other fledglings. This is great, Rocky. We're gonna get lots of you screen time. Don't you worry about it. By the time I leave, the reality that someone else is going to get beheaded and turned into dust tomorrow night is actually at the very back of my mind. When I get to the ballroom for the challenge, I see they've installed 6 podiums with little point screens and microphones, like on a game show. We're each directed to stand behind one. Mine is a bunch of old-timey printer paper, the kind with holes along the side and a fat felt tip marker. Good night, Red Guys. Sweet dreams. Nico comes in with a stack of little cards and the cameras start rolling. Welcome, fledglings, to your 3rd challenge, the Fledgling Trivia Game. His voice when he reads off the cards is totally different than when he's speaking like normally, like he's doing a character. We've tested your resolve, we've tested your intelligence, and now it's time to test your powers of observation. We have a lot of material, so let's get to it. Here's how it works. I'm going to ask a question, and you will write down the name of the fledgling you think is the answer to that question. All of this season's fledglings are eligible answers, so don't forget our dearly departed Grace and Jason. The contestant with the most correct answers wins immunity. Ooh, I should save. We'll save there. There we go. Is there another prize this time, like the coffin or the phone? There is another prize, and that prize is a surprise. Nico's face falls the second he's made the corny pun. Nico, we need energy. You were doing great there. Surprise? Really? Who is this for? Who watches this show? The showrunner called the authorities right now if you prefer to work off your debt to society, say, in the sanguine cloister. Nico shudders and plasters a smile back on his face. First question. Which fledgling is a super fan of Fledgling Manor? Oh, that's Jason. That's easy. I write down Jason. Time's up. Show your answers. We all lift up our piece of paper. Everyone wrote down Jason's name. Great! Points all around. The point screens on the podiums fail to light up. Aren't those supposed to? Don't worry about it. They're not plugged in. Keep going. Okay, well, next question. Which fledgling spent their human life as a successful model on runways around the world? Not Grace, because we know she was corporate. Not Jason, since he definitely would have mentioned that. Tay is a YouTuber. Anya has a lot of poise, but she's short, and I'm pretty sure runway models are supposed to be tall. She said she worked in a warehouse. That doesn't seem like something a successful model would do. 8's tall and skinny, and they seem to have a pretty worldly vibe. Lelia looks like she could model, but she doesn't have very good style. I'm gonna say it's 8. I'm gonna say it's 8. I write down 8's name. The correct answer is 8! Yeah, they got that. They got that supermodel physique. Looks like several of you got it right. Yes! 8 seems kind of embarrassed. I don't understand why. Being a runway model seems kind of cool. Next question. Which fledgling was turned into a vampire on a trip to New York City that they took to see their favorite musical? I have no idea. Who likes musicals? Oh shit, let me save. There we go. God, it would be great if it was Stefan, but it definitely isn't. I think it's... I don't think it's Tay. It could be Anya or Lilia, I think. I'm gonna say Anya. I think it's Anya. I could see Anya doing theater tech or something like that. I've known gothy theater kids like her. I write down her name. Correct answer is Tay. Fuck. Okay, hold on, no. Menu. Let me reload. Load. Okay, we know the answer is Tay. Yeah, that's fine. So we know the answer is Tay. Tay is definitely not from New York, so what was he doing in the area? I could see him making the trip to shoot some YouTube videos to go see a play. I write down his name. The correct answer is Tay. I'm not save scumming. Let me just go ahead and save. There we go. Let's fucking go. And a few of you got it. Very nice, Tay. Did you end up being able to see that musical? No, I still haven't seen it. Aw, what a shame. Next question. Speaking of musicals, which fledgling is from a farm in Oklahoma? I have no idea. And what does that have to do with musicals? Do people from Oklahoma have an accent? Which one of us has an accent? Do I have an accent? Okay, answer's up. Rocky? Do you not have an answer? Huh? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize there was a time limit. Nico looks at me like a history's biggest dumbass. Yeah, Rocky, there's a time limit. Try to answer more quickly. He looks around at everyone else's answers. The correct answer is Stefan. Points for Stefan, Anya, and Lilia. Oh my god, Stefan's from Oklahoma. That is the craziest one there. I never would have guessed that one. Look at Stefan and imagine him in overalls with a big straw hat. He's actually really built. This makes total sense. For the first time, I really try to picture human Stefan. Shoveling hay, maybe selling a jar of jam at a farmer's market, threatening a trespasser with a shotgun. Interesting. Do you have anything you want to say about farming, Stefan? No, not really. Come on, give us a little something. A little morsel of information about Farmer Stefan. I'm sure the audience at home are all fanning themselves imagining you in a pair of overalls. Stefan glares at Nico. When I was a farmer, I was very fast and efficient at castrating pigs. Nico laughs. Wonderful! Next question. Which fledgling comes from a successful family of vampire hunters? Wait. What? Excuse me, what? There's a vampire hunter here? It could also be someone who's been called. But it's definitely one of the 8 fledglings. Correct. What the fuck? I look around at the others and they all look spooked as hell. Ooh, I bet it's fucking Lilia, dude. Oh, let me save. Let me save again. I need to get this right. I think it's Lilia. I think it's Lilia. Lilia seems really shifty so far. Maybe this is why? I write down her name. The correct answer is Lilia. Let's fucking go. I knew it. I could smell it on her. Hell yeah. I look at Lilia. She's holding up a piece of paper with her own name on it, but she's shaking. She looks like she's gonna be sick. Leonix, oh my god. Thank you so much for the 30 months, Leonix. Thank you. Nico reads him a card. You wouldn't guess it by looking at her, but Lily is a vampire hunter not from one, but 2 of history's most renowned vampire hunting families. Wow, how did that happen, Lilia? Did your parents meet at a vampire hunting school or something? Yes, they met in Amsterdam. She's still shaking, and her voice is so soft I can barely hear it. Amsterdam, what a wonderful city. Are you trying to rizz up? I'll let you know when they pop up on the screen. Whenever they're on the screen, I'll point to them, I'll let you know. And then they moved to Canada. Such a cold places. But your family's enormous. We'd be here until dawn if we wanted to cover all that. Tell me, how many vampires have you killed, Lilia? I don't know. I never really kept count. That sort of thing has never really mattered to me. What about your family? How many have they killed? My parents? I don't know. Most of that happened before I was born. We never really talked about things like that. And that makes me wonder, how the fuck did she become a vampire then? How did she end up being turned into the very thing that she kills, right? I think that's fascinating. And what happened to your family, Lilia? Lilia looks up at him in horror. Please. She looks around the room at us and at the cameras, at the director, at the legions of PAs who are all watching in silence. Please, don't. Do you want me to say it? We can't continue until someone says it. We all stand there in silence behind our stupid podiums, waiting for someone to say something. When Lilia speaks, her voice is so small. I killed them. Who did you kill, Lilia? My dad and my brothers? He reads off the cards again, his voice stilted and cold. To be precise, you killed Shamsi, Nikki, and Ilyas Omar, 3 well-respected, very established vampire hunters, and the last remaining members of your immediate family. This isn't a trivia challenge anymore. I don't know what it is. The group of people standing behind the lights and cameras have grown. I've never seen this much of the crew. It's like every one of them came just to see this happen. It feels so ugly. I wanted to stop. What a dramatic gesture. Were you just fed up with them? Sick with their self-righteous crusade? No! She screams. No, I loved them. I still love them. It wasn't my fault. You all did this to me. You're monsters, and you made me a monster. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I woke up and I was so hungry. I was so thirsty, I didn't know what was happening to me. No one told me what was happening to me. You set me on the loose on that house on purpose. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm so sorry. God, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I never wanted to kill anyone. I just wanted to live my life. Nico continues to read off the card. You wanted to kill vampires and anyone who else is an immortal human being. You didn't mind hurting us, taking our families away. And now that you are a vampire, you took your own family away. How ironic. Lilia crouches down onto the floor and makes a high whining noise. I need to help her. I don't want to make any waves. I'm so tired of this shit. It's tough, it's tough, it's tough, it's tough, it's tough, it's tough. I'm thinking either I'm so tired of this shit or I need to help her. I'm so tired of this shit, man. Is the entire crew of this television show satisfied with whatever the fuck that was? Can we move on now? No one says anything. They just look at me. What? This is seriously some kind of freaky humiliation ritual. We get it. She killed vampires and now she is one. It's so dark and twisted. Blah, blah, blah. Has everyone finished busting the revenge nuts? Or do we have to continue standing here and bearing witness to more inane shit? Nico looks at me, shocked. I read everything off the cards for that question, so yeah, I guess we're done with that part. Can we get a break first? I don't think Lilia can continue. No breaks, let's keep rolling. The director turns around to look at the crowd that's collected. Back to work, people. Quick dawdling. Next question, Nico. Nico looks at us and back down at the stack of cards. Which fledgling is a popular celebrity on the internet, also known as the information superhighway? It goes on like that for a while. At a certain point, Lilia stands back up and starts answering the questions again. She never stops shaking. In the end, Nico confers with a group of producers and comes back. 8 looks cool. I love mask character. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention 8 is the character that I'm seducing. 8 is the character that I'm going after. I forgot to point that out to you, but yeah, that is the one I'm romancing. Or attempting to romance, I suppose. The winner of tonight's challenge, by an impressive margin, is Anya. Damn, I actually did really well in that challenge. I bet I got second place. Let's go. Answered every question correctly in the trivia challenge. It's because I cheated, but it's not surprising. Anya only missed a few questions. Anya, you win immunity for tomorrow night's culling. You may vote on which fledgling will be culled. You may present arguments to the fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. Anya looks happy. I don't really blame her, except I can't stop looking over at Lilia, who's still shaking. And your other prize? No need for bagged blood tonight. You'll have the rest of the night to drink from live human donors to your heart's content. Wow, that sounds good. I've only gotten a drink from a living person once, and it was that first weird challenge. And that's not all. You get to choose one other fledgling to share this feast with you. Holy fuck. I try to catch Anya's eye. What a privilege. Thank you. Do I need to decide now? Yes, you have to choose right now. She looks around at each of us. Her smile falls when she lands on Lilia. Lilia, you've had a bad enough evening. I think you could use some cheering up. Anya walks over to Lilia and links their arms together. Oh my god, cute. Oh, that's so sweet of them. We need a girls' night. God, I'm jealous. Good for Lilia, though, I guess. She still seems really fucked up. More than half the camera crew start packing up and following Anya and Lilia to another part of the house. The rest of us head into the hallway. Well, that was really... what was it? Tough to watch? Stefan rolls his eyes. Vampire elders are incredibly petty. This whole show is an exercise in pettiness. I agree. It all strikes me as just immature. And now we have to vote Lily out, I guess. I feel for her. Why do we have to vote her out? When you hunt something, you end up learning everything about it. She knows too much. Like with Jason and having seen the show? This goes way beyond that. I nod. I don't think Lilia feeding on more people are gonna make her feel better. Well, it's just like it's like the vampiric instinct, you know? If what Nico said was right, then it sounds like Lilia has some pretty serious expertise. Expertise like 8? It's like how we would nominate 8 if this was Vampire Top Model. Yeah. Think of it this way. Tay, Lilia's killed vampires before. How many vampires have you killed? I guess that's a good point. I don't want to agree, but I think it's the right call. Oh yeah, if you didn't know, during the trivia, we found out that 8 was an actual, like, supermodel when they were human. No, you're both right. I just really hate this. 8 and Stefan walk away, leaving me alone with Tay. He looks depressed. It's beginning to be a consistent theme for him. I don't want to be here. Yeah, seriously. Tay mutters something, but it's too soft for me to hear. What? Never mind. Okay, see you later. As I'm walking away, thinking about what I want to do for the rest of my night, I remember that weird room full of monitors I saw earlier. I wonder if that door is unlocked. No camera people are following me. They must be setting up to film the big blood feast. It's a perfect chance for me to check out the monitor room. I head back towards the room where we do interviews. Sure enough, no one's around. I try the door. Success! I close the door gently behind me and I start looking around. There's a big whiteboard on one side with all of our names written across it. Under my name, someone has written, "Lovable idiot, good cutaway interview, tactless, bisexual? Question mark, underdog, makes too many moves, they're gonna blow up in his face." There are lines from my name to some of the other names. I don't understand what they're supposed to signify. I love that they're like bisexual. Very bisexual, yes. Yes. Tactless bisexual underdog strikes me as kind of funny. The handwriting is really hard to read, and I'm less interested in trying to decipher what everyone else's notes say anyway. There's a cool machine I can touch. I sit down at the console and start fiddling with the buttons and knobs until I figured out how to navigate the file list on the right-hand monitor. There's a folder called Episode 1 Interviews with a list of names. Is it really ethical to watch these? Probably ethics have gone out the window at this point. There's only 4 options in this folder, even though I'm assuming there are interviews for all 8 of us. I select Anya's, the first one, and hit play. I'm honestly having a great time here. A great time? Yeah, is that weird? Yes, I think that's weird. You're not worried about the Cullings? Should I be? I don't really see much in the way of serious competition. Let's talk through your fellow fledglings and you can tell me how you feel about them. Sure. What do you think of 8? What's wrong with them? I've never seen a vampire look like that before. It just happens sometimes. Like a birth defect? Kinda. Okay, well, I generally think 8 seems fine. We haven't talked very much, but they're level-headed and friendly. Talk about Tay. Tay's a strange one. I feel bad for him. I don't think he'll last long. Jason. Jason, bless his heart. Oh, she hates this man. That big dumb idiot. He thinks he has this whole thing figured out. Stefan. I don't care for Stefan, if I'm being honest. Why not? His vibes are rancid. He's rude. He has a terrible attitude. He's very competitive. I don't mind someone competitive. I'm competitive. But there's a certain level of politeness I think we all owe one another. Even when you're stabbing someone in the back, you should always be polite, I think. You're from the South, aren't you? Yeah, as soon as she said, bless your heart, I knew. Oh, I knew. She's fucking Southern, dude. Yes, I'm from Georgia. Do you think you bring an element of Southern charm to this competition? What a corny thing to say. Don't air anything like that. You don't think you have Southern charm? Ugh, of course I'm charming, but it's so tacky to put it that way. Next question. What do you think of Lilia? Lilia acts like a traumatized chihuahua right out the shelter, you know? Like any second there'll be a big noise and she'll get so scared she pees on the floor. What about Grace? Well, she's dead. Talk about her like she's not dead. Grace is pretentious, pompous, grating, and dumb. She's the worst of all worlds. Would you say you were gunning for her from the beginning? I'm not gunning for everyone, and just don't like her. Walk me through how you felt when she propositioned you for an alliance. What was going through your head? She approaches me after the challenge, and I'm thinking, oh no, since I can already tell she's one of those. Those what? Types of people I really don't like? But I'm polite, and I smile, and I nod. And then we're in the kitchen with Tay and Rocky, and then we're in alliance. Rocky suggested you not honor that alliance for long. Talk about that. Rocky just blurts out when she's left, we shouldn't stick with her. It was so funny. I was relieved I didn't have to be the one to say it. What do you think of Rocky? Oh, Rocky's a cutie pie, don't you think so? All nervous and confused. He doesn't have a damn clue what's going on. It's adorable. Do you think he'll make it far in the competition? It depends. I think Rocky could certainly do well if he makes the right choices. Who's the next to go? Stefan, if I had my way. Did you lose the first challenge on purpose? Of course, honey. Great, Anya. You're done for here tonight. You can go to the ballroom for the next challenge. Thanks. Huh. She's a little more outspoken in the interviews, but I guess we all probably are. Saying she's having a great time, though? That's weird. Especially if the interview was right after Grace's execution. Is she just being happy for the cameras, or what? It's also a little weird that she was so mean about Lilia and then so nice to her tonight. Maybe she really did feel bad for her. I guess that makes sense. No, bro, it's because she knows she's gonna vote her out, so she's letting her have that last little taste of whatever before she fucking lets her get executed next. Something else itches at me from the back of my mind. A sense of recognition. I don't know what it is, though. I should keep an eye on Anya. Thank you for the head pat. Next one is Jason. I'm not ready to see his face again. I click Stefan's. This should be interesting. How do you feel about being here? Irritated. I find the knob to fast forward through, and Stefan just gets more and more taciturn from there. Tell me about your alliance. Do you think he'll go all the way to the end? At a certain point, he just stops answering the questions entirely. I laugh to myself. I totally expected some kind of anime villain monologuing about man's true nature. Oh well, I'll do Tay's next. Hey guys, I'm Taylor Burrows, but I go by Tay. You may know me from my YouTube or TikTok channels, where I've been reviewing scented candles since I was in middle school. What do you think you bring to the competition? Leadership, definitely. I bring leadership to this competition. I have lots of experience with leadership roles in my church back home. Your church? Yep, I'm a Christian, and I'm not ashamed to say that, even though it doesn't seem to be very cool among vampires. I hope I can change some of your minds. He winks. Wow, Tay is significantly more charming when he's talking directly into a camera. A far cry from the depressed dude I just saw who doesn't want to be here anymore. Let's talk about your first couple of nights here. What do you think of the other fledglings? They're mostly very friendly. I was relieved they've been so accepting. You formed an alliance your first night with Anya, Grace, and Rocky. Now Grace has been cold. What's your strategy going forward? I think I'll keep working with Anya and Rocky, but we'll need to add numbers to our side so we can win votes. You spent a lot of time with Jason on your first night in the house. Is there anything there? Tay looks shocked and immediately starts sputtering out aborted half sentences of denial. What? No, of course not. There's nothing there. We didn't. Time alone? I didn't. You and Jason talked for hours in the gymnasium about social media. Oh, that. Yes, Jason and I are both content creators, so we talked a little bit on that first night. Oh my god. The repressed homosexuality. He had a crush on Jason, didn't he? Oh, poor baby. No wonder he was so devastated when Jason got cold. He seems to be very guarded all of a sudden. Hi, Vertexiality. The story producers talk to Tay slowly, like he's still a little kid. I was asking if perhaps Jason, someone you spent time talking to, is who you're thinking of in terms of getting more numbers for your alliance. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Could be. What's wrong? Do you not like Jason? I like Jason fine. I think he's okay. What happened in the gymnasium? Well, I was walking around the house getting the lay of the land, as my mom used to say, and then Jason ran into me. He said he realized he recognized me from one of my videos and wanted to come find me. How did you feel about that? Oh, it's always very flattering when people like my content, So he came with me when I wandered around, and we found the gymnasium. Oh my god, they fucked in the gym, didn't they? What happened in there? Why are you asking me like that? Nothing happened. We just talked to each other. Jason used some of the equipment and we talked about social media. I don't know how else you want me to say it. Just stop insinuating things. I really don't appreciate it. What do you think I'm insinuating, Tay? All this stuff about spending the night or time alone together or things happening? Please, can't two men have a conversation about online video strategy and self-help without you people making it into something it's not? I did not have sexual relations with that man. Well, I'm very sorry, Tay. I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I can be more thoughtful about the word I use. Thank you. What transpired in the gymnasium when you spoke to Jason about what you shared, your shared social media interest? Jason's actually very knowledgeable about fitness, so he's able to use all of these weird old-timey equipment. It was really impressive. And he took his shirt off. Tay waits for the producer to speak again, but she doesn't say anything. What's your point? Is this an interview or some kind of attack? I'm just doing my job, Tay. I really don't feel comfortable with nudity. Even thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. So it made you uncomfortable when Jason took his shirt off? Of course it did. I was very uncomfortable. And that's why you don't want him in your alliance? What? No, I didn't say that. But he makes you uncomfortable. I think Jason is great. He doesn't make me uncomfortable. He has a great body, don't you think? I realized Tay's starting to look like the Tay I just saw in the hallway. Exhausted and kind of haunted. Yeah, Jason's in really good shape. Listen, can we talk about something else? Of course, Tay. How have you found being a vampire so far? He seems relieved to be off the subject of Jason and Jason's body. It's a tough transition for sure. There are certain aspects I like and others not so much. What parts don't you like? Tay visibly brightens like he's been waiting for someone to ask him this question. Did you know that in New York City, I haven't been able to find even one nice, wholesome, evangelical vampire church? Doesn't that strike you as bizarre? The biggest vampire city in the world and the only churches are very creepy. I was turned by a preacher in Times Square and he's crazy. The rest of them are even worse. I miss my friends and family too, but I'd be able to better deal with them if I had a good church community I could count on. What parts do you like? I would say my urges are much more simpler now, which has freed me from a great deal of sin and temptation, oddly enough. That seems like a good place to stop. We can talk more later. Oh, that's it? Okay, great. Yeah, we'll do a little at a time. I look up at the whiteboard at the notes under Tay's name. Classic old-fashioned Christian closet case. God damn. Someone else wrote, I didn't think they made these anymore. The rest of the notes made me feel kind of gross. I look back at the console, brace myself, and start up Jason's tape. Jason's face appears on the screen. He's giving a confident smile to the camera. There's no awkwardness in his introduction or anything. He turns on the charm immediately. He knows the game. Hey, Jason here, and I could not be more hyped to be on Fledgling Manor. I've been watching this show for a while. My maker gave me the rec, actually. Great lady, I mean. Don't get me wrong. I was really pissed at her for a while. See, I come from Queens. Yeah, I'm a local boy. All my outer borough vamps, you know what it is. Growing up in New York, it's different than coming up in the rest of the country. You're practically in the center of the universe, you know what I mean? When we go into the city back in high school to catch the last action movie, there was always a chance you might run into one of the actors afterwards. I saw Vin Diesel grabbing Bon Me off the Washington Square stop once. Hand to God. It's weird watching this, learning about the guy I helped condemn to death. The thing is, I always knew I was star material. I grew up watching the greats, Reeves, Diesel, Statham, and I knew one day I was gonna be like them. He gets this soulful look on his face. He's really hamming it up for the confessional format, but that's what plays after all. Getting turned changed everything. Suddenly I can't go out during the day. And I don't know if you guys know this, but most casting calls are held during working hours. He pauses for a laugh, like there's an audience. At least I'd been hitting the gym, working out already. I'd be stuck in eternity with noodle arms. This is all great stuff, but can we get some of your thoughts on the other contestants? Sure thing. Who you want to start with? How about Stefan? You're developing a rivalry with him, aren't you? Stefan. Wow. I don't know what to think about that dude. At first I thought we might be able to have something going, like classic De Niro, Pacino, Heat kind of thing, you know? But to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared of the guy. You ever just look into someone's eyes and know there's nothing there? Jason shivers theatrically. Major spooky vibes. What do you think of Rocky? Rocky Horror, the Rockton Files. He's got to be making some of these up. Seems like a nice guy. Maybe not the kind of dude I'd normally hang with. Still, that's what these shows are all about, right? Different personalities coming together. What do you think Lilia's secret might be? Who knows, man? Maybe she's a plant that's going to be the big twist this season. Could you imagine? She could turn out to be the child of an elder or something. It says here that you actually volunteered to be on Fledgling Manor. How do you feel about your decision now? Honestly, I feel great. Being one of the first nominees was a bit of a bummer, but Grace practically demanded that she be eliminated with that long speech about vertical integration and positive affirmations. You only get one shot in this crazy world. I believed that when I was human, and I still believe it now. If you're not taking risks, you're not living. I mean, hell, you guys know what I mean. What's your strategy moving forward? Look, everyone knows early game alliances don't last forever. I think Stefan might have to be the next to go. Even though you're allied with him? Absolutely. Who else do you think is the biggest threat to you? For real? I don't see a lot of competition in this crowd. Anya's way too nice to win something like this. Lilia, classic shrinking violent. No offense, but she's probably not long in this world. Tay and Aid are both, well, how do I put this nicely? They're weirdos. Lots of weirdos this season. You noticing that? If possible, I'd like to try and keep walking around as long as I can. Aw, that's nice of him at least. Because if it comes down to the two of us, that's a lock for me. Damn, bitch. You're familiar with the way the show changes when there are only a few contestants left? Of course. I mean, you gotta have a twist, right? And once you're down to 2 or 3 people, voting doesn't really work anymore. Huh, I guess I've been so caught up in day-to-day survival, I hadn't been thinking about that. What's gonna happen to the final 2? One of my favorite twists has to be from season 5 in New Mexico, where they pretended they were letting both final contestants go and then secretly followed them back to their homes. Then bam! In the middle of the day while they were both asleep, they both get attacked by hunters. The show tipped off. Jesus Christ, that's so fucked. And Jason's still talking about it like it was just good TV. Gavin never had a chance. They staked him before he knew what was happening. Natizia, though, she was smarter. She had a security system that woke her up when they busted in. The hunters tear open the coffins, expecting to find a sleeping vamp, and then Jason throws some punches, mouthing impact sounds. Pa, 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 pa. She drops on the ceiling and knocks their heads off. After that, she was crowned the true winner, and boy, did she deserve it. Is something like that gonna happen here? Great, great. Well, I think we've got everything we need now. Sure thing. Take care, all you fine vamps out there. I'll see you soon. I kind of wish Jason was still around so I can ask him about more of those twists. Nobody else here knows much about anything about this show. Cute. Yeah, too bad he's dead. We just saw his beheading, like, last episode. It's late. I was watching those interviews all night. I can hear the PAs walking around yelling, 15 minutes of nominations, fledglings. Back to your rooms. I bump into Lilia and Anya on my way back. We all hurry to the corridor where our rooms are. They look sated and are kind of leaning on each other like 2 drunk people. Anya turns and looks at me. She raises her eyebrow. Who are we nominating tonight? Everyone else is saying. I look at Lilia. Anya frowns and shakes her head. No, that's stupid. Trust me on this. She puts her hands together and looks up dramatically, like she's desperately praying. Oh, she thinks Tay? Really? He doesn't want to be here. It's an easy one. Okay. I look over at Lilia. She's oblivious to the entire conversation. That must have been some good blood. Honestly, Lilia looks the happiest I've ever seen her. If this is her last night of existing, at least it was a good one. I think back to Anya's interview. She said she's having a great time. And right now, she certainly looks that way. That's weird, right? Night. I call out before I close my door. Another ballot on my desk, another execution tomorrow. If Tay doesn't want to be here anymore, I don't really blame him. My emotions are a fucking mess. I need to keep a handle on what's actually happening. I hate this. The story producer and everybody can say whatever they want about how we're so lucky to be here. Sure, there are fun elements to this experience. I always wanted to be on a reality show, and now I'm on one. I'm a vampire. I have powers. That's all pretty neat. But we're still prisoners in line for execution, playing a game for someone else's entertainment. I'm not going to pretend this is normal or okay. I can feel the sleepiness coming over me, and that means morning is almost here. Time to do this ballot. Let's save. Let's look through the names again. Anya, her name is crossed out because she won immunity. Thinking about her interview video, I feel like maybe I don't understand her at all. 8, we agreed to work together. There's no reason for me to back out on that now. Lilia, being a vampire hunter makes her an insanely dangerous competitor. I feel bad for her, but that doesn't change the fact she would probably love to kill me. Rocky, I don't think anyone's circling my name tonight. Probably. Not unless Stefan, Tay, and 8 were doing some kind of elaborate ruse. I guess Anya and Lilia could have decided to scheme against me. Doesn't really seem to make sense either, though. Stefan. Oh, boy. Stefan. Farm boy Stefan. He's a dick, and he makes me really angry, but I'm kind of beginning to understand him. He's still a psycho, but I'm less worried about him than I am the others. He's going to have to go eventually, but that move's going to take some coordination. Tay. He seems pretty fucked up since the Jason thing happened. And after seeing his interview, I really feel for the guy. Anya thinks we should nominate him, and she has a point. He doesn't want to be here. He told me himself. Another wave of sleepiness hits me. I had to pick a name. Ooh, Tay or Lilia? I'm gonna trust Anya on this. I'm gonna go with Tay. Sorry, Tay. I circle Tay's name and hold it up to the camera. Before I can think about it further, I'm collapsing onto the mattress. Finish the doom. Yeah. Yeah. End their suffering together. Another night. If I'm looking for upsides in all this, there's one. I can reliably sleep through the night now. The day, I mean. It's kind of ironic. I used to wake up scared all the time. Nightmares, terrors, whatever. But I was never really in any danger. It was all my fucked up head. Now I sleep soundly the whole day through. Though, I guess if I ever got out of here, I'm going to have to worry about someone like Lilia breaking in my house and cutting my head off while I'm dead to the world. Maybe that'd be the best way to go. I wonder how many vampires die in their sleep. More or less than humans. Proportionally speaking, I mean, I assume there are way fewer vampires than there are people. Otherwise, the math wouldn't work out. A knock at the door shakes me out of my chain of thought. Time to get up, pal. I don't want to go to school today. Har har. Very funny. So do you guys get paid for this or what? He looks astonished at the question. Of course we do. Benefits? What do you care? They're trying to make conversation. Look, if you're trying to lull me into some kind of we're all victims thing, it's not gonna work, okay? I can't help you break out of here, and even if I could, I wouldn't. What? I was just curious, dude. Good. Did someone try that? It's probably best I don't talk about it. Alright, sure, whatever. No, by the way. No? No, we don't get benefits. They don't even have dental. They don't even have dental. You have extra teeth now, and you don't even have dental? That's tragic. Oh, damn. Just get moving, okay? I do like I'm told, and I hustle over to the ballroom. My darling, you look so beautiful today. The vibe has definitely shifted since last night. Everyone's tenser than usual, which is saying something considering we're in a room that only ever go in to decide who's going to die next. Learning the truth about Lilia has clearly shaken everybody up. Yeah, my Shayla. Oh my god, my Shayla. On one hand, why should we care? They've only been vampires for a little while. Maybe her family only hunted the really shitty ones. On the other hand, it's like Stefan said, she's become a huge threat overnight. So far, she's been playing quiet, trying to lay low. Actually, given what we found out about her family, I don't think she was playing at all. She's traumatized. And now she barely seems to be holding it together, sitting in her seat and staring off into the middle distance. Lilia. Fuck. I find my seat between Stefan and Tay and settle in for another grueling night. We return once more to the fledgling council. He's already got the envelope this time and waves it theatrically in front of him for the camera. The names of the 2 fledglings up for elimination are in this envelope. Yesterday, truths were revealed that will forever change the course of the season in Fledgling Manor. But a fledgling is a fickle creature, buffeted about this way and that on whims. He pauses to look conspiratorially around the room. And desires. What the hell is he talking about? He tenses long fingers towards Anya and Lilia, who are seated next to one another. Did you girls have a nice time last night? Anya narrows her eyes at him. Lilia just clutches her arms to herself. We did, Nico. Thank you for asking. Nikos opens his mouth to say something else, an eyebrow arched in a way that feels sleazy, but Anya speaks first. I think that's enough. Yes, I suppose it is. Oh? Anya and Lilia? Damn, good for them, I guess. No wonder Lilia looks so happy at the end of the night. Good way to get your mind off the grief. Or imminent doom. Let's get on with the proceedings, shall we? He slices the envelope open and pulls out the paper inside. Big surprise here. Your first nominee is Lilia. Nobody's shocked, of course. And your second is Tay. Which of you will speak in your defense first? Well, I guess I can't. I will. All eyes are on Lilia. She unwraps her arms from her body and closes her eyes for a few seconds, and then reopens them like she's trying to steady herself or something. I know you. I know each of you. What you are. I know it better than ever now. But do you know me? When you found out about me yesterday, some of you decided I had to go. Why? Is it because you think I'm a threat? The same reason you nominated and then voted out Jason? If that's the case, then why isn't Stefan back up here tonight? Maybe it's out of misguided sense of revenge or pride. You think I need to be punished, humiliated for what I've done? But nothing you could do to me could hurt me worse than what I've already been through. I've never heard Lilia talk like this. So why should you keep me? Because I know more than any of you, and I can help you. I guess all of us, 8 and Stefan, were turned the longest to go. But Stefan doesn't have any interest in the Elder Society, and 8 was probably never allowed to join for being a catique. What did she call them? Catique? I know how it works. More than any of you, anyway. If you think what happened to me yesterday was bad, you have no idea what's coming. Some of you might still have families. What makes you think they won't bring them in here? Will make you kill someone you love so their jaded audience can feel some twinge of excitement in their dead hearts. Wait, could they do that? I guess there's nothing stopping them. They kidnapped me and forced me into this, so they could do the same to someone I know. We voted out Jason. Fine. He was sweet and he knew a little about this particular exercise in vampiric sadism, but he didn't know what he was getting himself into. I do. And if you vote me off, you're going to be like children stumbling in the dark. Lilia sits down and crosses her arms. Well, she's probably not wrong about knowing more than the rest of us, but is that a reason to keep her around or to vote her out? Nico looks pleased. Well, look who came out of her shell a little. Tay, you're up. Tay nods and stands up, clearing his throat. I agree with Lilia. You should vote for me. Nico turns like he isn't sure he heard him right. Tay, You know what's going on, right? The stress hasn't gotten to you? You just said that your fellow fledgling should vote to execute you rather than Lilia. Trey straightens himself up and nods slowly. I know what I said, Nico. I can't do this anymore. Oh God, Tay is volunteering himself to be executed? Everyone else seems just as surprised as me. I knew he wasn't having a great time of things, but this? As some of you know, I masterminded the vote against Jason. I'm the reason Jason is dead. I did it because I'm weak. I've known this for a long time, but with what I did to Jason, I can't hide it anymore. And it's not just that. The longer I stay on this show, the longer I survive, the more people are gonna die, and I can't live with that. My life isn't worth any of yours. Participating in Fledgling Manor goes against everything I believe. I see that now. I've been selfish up until this point, putting my life ahead of my values, but I'm done with that. He's actually doing it. Tay. Nico, if it's possible, I'd like to skip the vote entirely. I volunteer myself to be called. Nico is looking around for one of the producers, the director, anyone who can help him figure out what to do. Eventually, the director walks over and whispers in his ear. Nico nods and the director slinks off. Well, I think we're all very humbled by your self-sacrificing and not at all insane gesture, Tay. But I'm afraid the traditions of Fledgling Council must be upheld. The vote will proceed as normal. What? But I don't want to be a part of this anymore. You can't make me. Nico laughs at that. We can't make you. Tay, we've been making you do this from the start. The only way you're getting out of this house is as the winner or when you're voted out like Jason and Grace. No. Tay seems genuinely crushed when he sits back down. Anu was right. He really doesn't want to be here anymore. If this were a normal human reality show, he would just leave and it would be a very special episode. But he can't, which means, oh no, Tay. Let's get to voting, people. Back into the voting booth. If they just let Tay sacrifice himself, then we wouldn't have to do this, but of course, that's not gonna happen. And I know Nico is bullshitting about the traditions of Fledgling Manor. This isn't a vampire tradition or law. It's about the entertainment. Letting Tay be sacrificial lamb wouldn't amuse anyone. It's too noble, too easy. So they're making us vote. And I bet the director had the exact same thought that's going through all of our heads right now. Tay is no longer a threat. I know I nominated the guy, but strategically, voting for him doesn't make any sense. He's already given up. There'd be no point in eliminating him tonight. I hate that I'm thinking that way, but no matter how fucked up this is, it's still a reality show. Everyone's going to be gunning for Lilia. She's a threat, and she's more of a threat than Jason or Stefan, even now that we know what she is. It's not that she's better equipped to take on the challenges still to come. That's, for all we know, she could snap and decide to murder us when we all least expect it. I doubt I would know how to deal with a regular vampire hunter, and one who's as strong and as fast as I am, I'd have no chance at all. The irony of it is if Tay had fought for himself, he might have actually picked up a few votes. As it is, I'll be surprised if he gets more than 2. His and Lilia's. I slice open my thumb with the knife and place my bloody thumbprint next to Lilia's name. No, I was gonna vote him. I was gonna stick to it. That's what he wants. He's asking for it. I don't say anything as I leave the booth. It's not much, but they're not getting a quip out of me this time. The 6 of us return to the ballroom and take our seats. Time to face the pain. Nico spreads his arms wide. Blood has been spilt. The votes have been tallied. You know the deal now. He holds out his hands for the basket, but the PA holding it just coughs sharply. Yes. You have to say the full uninterrupted line, Nico. It's a cornerstone of the show. Nico groans. Fine, fine. He resets his posture and spreads his arms again. Blood has been spilt. The votes have been tallied. One fledgling shall be culled this night. The PA hands in the basket this time, and Nico grabs it, mouthing a sarcastic thank you to the guy, then starts plucking out the ballots. So will Lilia always die? Is she unromanceable? There's only 3 romanceable characters. There's 1 girl, 1 guy, and then there's 8 who's like non-binary. So there's only 3 actual characters that you can romance. I'm guessing it's Anya, Stefan, and 8, I think, are the 3 romanceable. I know 8's one of them. That was the only one I cared about. As soon as I saw 8, I'm like, oh, well, obviously I'm going to romance 8 because I have eyes. Tay. That'll be his or Lilia's. Lilia. Could be mine. Tay. Looks like you might get your wish after all, Tay. Or maybe not. Lilia. Lilia. 3 and 2. Nico smiles and shows us the last vote. Lilia. I think we all knew that was going to happen. All of us except Tay, who looks confused and broken. Lilia looks calm. She rises from her seat and there's a sudden burst of movement. Is she making a break for it? She kicks one of the chair legs off and grabs a piece of broken wood, leaping across a circle towards Nico with the jagged makeshift stake. Lilia comes down on Nico so fast and so hard that he can barely move before she's on him. She slams the stake down towards his chest, but he jerks to the side at the last second. The wood buries itself into his shoulder. He howls in pain and backhands his attacker, toppling her to the ground. Lilia rolls to her feet and crouches like a cornered animal, glancing around the room for anything she can use, for anyone she can count on. This is our chance. If you take me out, if you help me, you can take out this monster and make a break for it. I realize that she's talking to us. Oh shit, I feel like I should save here. Let's go ahead and save there. There we go. I look around. No one is moving. Lilia is someone who hunts monsters. Real, actual monsters. She's the good guy here, probably. And she might be right. If we sided with her, maybe we could get out. So what? She's right. It's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk. I mean, they said that we're in such a heavy wooded area with no sense of direction for how to get back to society, basically. The only way to get out of here is basically to win or to get burnt to a crisp. I imagine it for a second. Lilia and me tearing these bastards apart limb from limb. It would feel nice, but I don't think the 2 of us could take down the whole show with our bare hands. Come on! Help me! Sorry, Lilia. I'm not getting myself killed for you. I'm not the only one who's done this math. Nobody even gets out of their chairs. Saying that she's all alone in this, she turns back to Nico, who's slowly pulling the chair leg out of his flesh. That wasn't very polite, Lilia. She snarls at him and rushes him again, this time flicking a small blade out of her sleeve. Where did she get that knife? Yeah, fuck it, we ball! Did she steal it from the voting booth? Lilia slashes at Nico's neck with the knife, but he's so tall that she's off balance trying to hit him. He moves quickly, too, in this strangely hypnotic way. Nico dances around Lilia's flurries a little while longer, and then... Fantastic stuff, Nico! We think we got enough footage if you'd like to put her down. Nico reaches out and grabs Lilia's wrist on her next slash. He lifts it in the air, literally, kicking and screaming, and raises her up to his face. I'd fight with her. Only one of us is getting out of there anyway. Might as well go down fighting. She's pounding her one free hand against his huge body. Then something weird happens with Nico's eyes. Oh shit, is he about to use his like fucking vampire magic on her? They kind of shimmer for a second. And then Lilia drops a knife and her whole body goes slack. Oh, we thought it was drugs that happened to Jason. We thought they like sedated and drugged Jason, but maybe it was his power. Nico releases his grip on her, and she falls to the floor in a heap. Is she dead? No, not yet. He looks disgusted as he picks splinters out of his wound. The director strolls over to Nico, a huge smile plastered on his face. Nico, darling, that was wonderful, just wonderful. It better have been. I could have died. Not a chance. You were in total control of the situation. But you can't do the execution looking like that. Wardrobe and makeup for Nico, please. The rest of you, get out into the courtyard. We're all milling out, stunned and dismayed, except for Stefan, who seemed positively delighted by what we just saw. Didn't think she had it in her. Did you hear what they said? Did they know Lilia was going to attack Nico? Of course they did. Why do you think they let her take the knife? The knife? There are cameras on us in the voting booth. It's pretty unlikely that Lilia would have been able to take it without them seeing. Did she think she slipped by them, or did she know that they were onto her and just went for it anyway? In her position, I guess she didn't have much choice. Lilia tried to fight her way out, and we just watched. And now we're going to watch as she's executed. It takes a while for everyone to get set up. Nobody seems to be talking much as we wait. When the PAs finally drag her out, she's conscious again, but her eyes are cloudy and dull, just like it was with Grace and Jason. What do they do back there? Is Nico using some kind of vampire powers to stun them like he did with Lilia when she attacked him? But then, why take them out of the room first? I don't get it. Nico and the executioner flank Lilia. She's dumped onto the stone courtyard. All of the fight's gone out of her, that's for sure. Lilia, I'm sorry. The will of the fledgling council will now be carried out. Lilia doesn't look at any of us. She must have hated us all, but not nearly as much as she hated herself. The executioner hefts her sword high above her small frame, and I wonder for a moment, who is she? Does she enjoy her work, or is it something she's been forced into too? What does she look like? Can she even talk? Maybe we'll never find out. Then the sword comes down. That's it for Lilia. And that's it for her legendary family of hunters too, I guess. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. 1 fledgling falls and 5 remain. Nico turns to leave with the executioner, then stops and turns to look us over his shoulder. And if any of you has any ideas about trying something stupid, well, you saw what happened to little Miss Van Helsing. Now, I need a drink. I could use one myself. I think I'll join you if you don't mind. A little company would be nice about now, yeah. Anya and 8 head back inside, and it's just me, Tay, and Stefan in the courtyard. No, let me go with you. Let me go with you, 8. I should probably say something. Tay tried to throw himself on a grenade for us and then had to watch Lilia die anyway. Tay, I trail off when I see those burning eyes watching us from the distance again. But just like last time, they're gone as quickly as they appear. Nobody else seems to have noticed. I turn back to Tay. I'm sorry, man. He doesn't say anything for a moment. He's just looking up into the night sky. Tay, are you all right? And he looks at me. And his expression is a total shock. He's got this big, serene smile on his face. I'm all right. Thanks, Rocky. You're sure? I've never been more sure, actually. You're kidding. I'm not. I get it now. You get what exactly? I know why I'm here. I meant what I said earlier. I was trying to be a good Christian by laying down my life so that others could live, but I see now that wasn't God's plan for me. Oh, right. Don't you guys get it? This is a sign. A sign? It's a sign that I'm not supposed to die here. I have a greater purpose. And what is that? When I was turned into a vampire, it was like my whole life was taken from me. I didn't know why God would let this happen, but now I know why he did. I'm supposed to witness the vampire community. I think Tay might have lost it. Why else would God lay down this challenge before me and then let me survive even when I was willing to die? You don't think it might be because everyone saw how pathetic you were and decided to take out the bigger threat while they could? Tay doesn't even flinch at Stefan's words. He just turns to him with his beatific smile and shakes his head. Stefan, I know you think that vampires are soulless monsters, but that isn't true. If it were, how could I have done what I did? Stefan sneers at him. So, what does this mean, exactly? It means that I have to win Fledgling Manor. I can't serve God on Earth if I'm dead after all. Don't get me wrong, Rocky. You seem like a nice guy. I notice he's pointedly not addressing Stefan now. But I need to get out of here. I need to enter vampire society, and that means you're gonna have to go sooner or later. What? Maybe you can take some solace in the fact that your death will help bring light of Christ to the vampire world. Tay, you're talking crazy. You think vampire society is interested in Christianity? Look at what it does. It's the reason we're even in this situation. Human society is also full of sin, Rocky. People have waged wars, taken slaves, committed genocide. Yeah, and a lot of that's been in the name of God. People make mistakes. We're misguided and weak. That doesn't mean we're unworthy of God's love. Oh my God, he's fucking broke. He mentally is shattered right now. Vampires aren't so different from human beings. We have souls, we have temptations. We're part of a divine plan. Before you go to sleep tonight, ask God for forgiveness. The Lord our God is merciful and forgiving, even though we have rebelled against him. Daniel 9:9. You're really serious about this, aren't you? Of course I am, and I hope you'll take it seriously too. God loves you, Rocky. Ugh, he's starting to sound like one of my relatives. You too, Stefan. No matter how you try to fight it, will you pray for forgiveness tonight? I expect Stefan to growl at Tay or to laugh at him. Instead, he just narrows his eyes. That's none of your goddamn business. With that, Stefan stalks off into the house. I better get going too, I guess. Good night, Rocky. May God grant you a peaceful and tranquil sleep. Night, Tay. Not sure what else to do. I head back to my room to regroup. I find my door already open. Someone's inside. It's 8! Oh my God! Hi, 8! Oh my God, were you waiting for me long? Twirls hair. There you are, Rocky. Oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm holding up. You? To be honest, I'm a little stressed out. After tonight, the last thing I needed was to get lectured about God. What happened? Tay got a sign. He thinks God let him live so he could witness to vampire kind. Oh, that's disappointing. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer. And the time we spent together, he seemed like a pretty cool guy. Kind of shy and awkward, but sweet. I mean, I knew he was into all of that, but this seems kind of crazy. A bit, yeah. They're not into it, right? As a rule, no. Vampire society isn't really about loving your neighbor, more like hating and fearing him. That's what I figured, though I guess a lot of human beings who claim to believe all this stuff aren't much better either. Regardless, Tay's back in it to win. Wow, do you think he has a shot? I don't know, maybe. Having something to believe in can really motivate people, for better or for worse. Yeah, it can. That's kind of why I'm here, actually. I want to get a chance to talk to you, away from the others. Okay, baby girl, what can I do for you? About what? About what's coming. About what you believe. For a while now, I've known that there was something about you. Something that makes you different from the others. Maybe it's just that this was your introduction to the world. What do you mean? The others, they got some taste of glamour and power of being something other than a human before they were forced into the show. But you? All you've known so far about being a vampire is fear, paranoia, and backstabbing. I mean, if fledgling manor is any indication of how vampire society works, then it's pretty fucked up. It's more fucked up than you know. But there are plenty of vampires who aren't a part of it. Some of them stay out of it by choice, like Stefan. Others are kept out of it. Lilia mentioned something like that at the council. She called 8 something. Does this have anything to do with what Lilia called you? She said you were Katik. Is that the vampire term for outcast or something? 8 laughs at that. Sort of. It's Arabic. It means mistaken one. Mistaken? An old term for someone like me. Someone who reacted badly to the turning process. Or did you think I always looked like this? I mean... Rocky, relax. I'm just playing with you. I wouldn't have gotten on many runways with these proportions, although Rick Owens would probably be more interested in me now. I mean, I was thinking, you kind of do have supermodel proportions. You're not mistaken. I know. We love you. We love you, A. Also, hi, Omidy. Welcome in. Anyway, nobody's sure why, but some people, when they're turned, their bodies change more than usual. Traditionally, the law says in those cases, the new vampire should be disposed of. Shit, that's awful. In this case, it isn't just pointless cruelty. If you're trying to conceal your existence from humanity, then it's in your best interest to not have a 7-foot-tall monster with claws running around. But you're so beautiful. I mean, I think you look good. Sure, you got yaoi hands, but like, I can work with that. I'm fine with that. But some of us survive anyway. The point is, you and me have both seen the worst of this world, and I feel like I can count on you. You do? Yeah, and Rocky, this is bigger than just the next culling or the one after that. What do you mean, like a Final Two alliance? More than that, but that's all I can say for now. Yes, please, please, 8. They steadily tilt their head in the direction of the camera on the wall. Oh shit, what is this about? Do you trust me? They haven't really given me any reason not to so far. Of everyone here, 8 seems like the most personable and well-adjusted. Anyway, who else is left? Taze launches crusades, Stefan's a lone wolf, and I have no idea what Anya's up to now that Lilia's gone. Yeah, I trust you. Can I ask you something, though? What is it? Well, I can understand having to hide from humans, but why are you wearing that mask here? Oh, that... They're making me. They're making you? Sure, I guess the producers liked the idea of having a freak on the show, but thought it was a little too ugly to have my face on camera. Ugh, that's fucked. I'm sorry. They just shrugged their shoulders. That's fine. It's not like I expected kindness from them. Neither should you. After everything that's happened, I definitely don't. So, who are we gonna nominate tomorrow? We can see how the challenge goes and take it from there. At this point, we have to take everyone seriously. We've both been laying pretty low so far. That'll work to our advantage. That's true. Neither of us has won any challenges so far, but neither of us have been nominated either. Probably because nobody was really worried about us. And Rocky, there's one thing I want you to keep in mind. What's that? It's not all bad. Well, what isn't? This, what we are. The world they've built for us is sick and twisted, but we don't have to live in it. I don't know exactly where we came from or how we walk around when we should be dead, but I don't think it has to be tragic or horrible. We can do things that no human being can do. Feel things that we could never when we were alive. I get the feeling they're talking about more than just drinking blood. Okay, I'll try and remember that. I know you probably have a lot of questions. We'll talk more soon, and maybe we can answer some of them. Sounds good. See you tomorrow, 8. Good night, Rocky. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Wait, give me a little kissy on the way out first. Give me a little, let me smooch your mask. I shut my door and look up at the robotic camera that's been following me around the room. I guess it's just you and me again, whoever you are. I realize I don't have much to say to them. Maybe I don't feel as lonely now. In fact, there's a weird sense of something inside of me. Is that optimism? Determination? I lie down and hope I'm making the right decisions. Episode 4. Demonic music in reality television. As I wake for the evening, the events of last night come back to me with my conscious. The way Lilia called up for help as we just sat there. Knowing that I couldn't have done anything to help her, even if I tried, doesn't really make it any better. I'm an undying, blood-sucking monster, so why do I feel just as powerless as I did when I was begging for 5 stars and a 10% tip on a grocery app? Go on, kid. Interview time. So a final 2 alliance with 8. Do you really think that's a good idea? Sure, we're both severely underestimated. That's a great combo. I muddled through the interview as well as I can. 8 probably isn't the most strategic choice in terms of actually winning, but I like them. I feel like I can trust them. And they keep alluding to something that isn't just us staying here, following PAs around like a bunch of animals being led to slaughter. I guess my answers aren't very interesting because the producer sends me away quickly, and I can kind of just wander around until the challenge starts. Episode 4, holding hands with 8. I know, right? They don't even have a camera on me. It's kind of nice. I hear noises from the trees. An animal? No, it sounds too big for that. There you are. Hi! Hi, 8. No camera? Wow, they really have given up on you. You don't have one either. They aren't planning on giving me very much screen time. What were you doing out there? Don't you find constantly being watched sort of maddening? I like slipping away into the trees to be by myself. They're lying. Uh-huh. What's the real reason? Aren't I entitled to my secrets? Not if we're working together. Not if we're an alliance. I guess you're right. Come on. They grab my hand. Oh my god, we're holding hands. And they lead me towards the trees. Wow, won't they notice we're missing? No, they're too busy with Tay's turn to religion and the rivalry between Anya and Stefan. They reach the 2 of their long fingers into my pocket to pull out my mic pack, turning the volume knob down. The challenge tonight is a hedge maze. They want us to hunt down and kill some mortals who disappeared in the national park. What does that have to do with hiding in the woods? I sort of thought it might be fun to mess with the production a little. Would you like to help me? Would I help you mess with the show that's holding us captive and making us compete to escape execution? Yeah, I think I feel pretty good about that. Yay! We go over the basic plan and walk back to the mansion. What were you 2 doing in the trees? It's time for the challenge. We were making passionate love. Gross, don't even joke about that. Who's joking? Or would you rather we did that in view of the cameras? Ugh. I mean, fine, keep it out of sight, I guess, but not during the challenges. And stay close to the house. He mutters to himself, motioning for us to follow him. I think we should kiss, just so we can say that we're not lying, you know? Just in case, you know, they have like lie detecting, like vampire powers. We should make out just so we can say that we're telling the truth, you know? for our alibi's sake. 8 winks at me from behind their mask. Stick to the main grounds. You don't want to get lost in the woods. Trust me. The others are gathered in the courtyard. Anya and Tay are whispering together, heads bowed. Fuck me, are they praying? Stefan sidles up next to us and nods, glaring at them. They are both from the south. Oh, it's Rocky and 8. Hello. Good evening, brothers. Or, brother and, sibling. Would you like to join us in a quick prayer? Stefan already turned us down. I'm good, but thank you for the courteous offer. Has the light of Christ not reached your home country, 8? It's never too late to let him into your heart. There's an awkward pause. Anya cringes. Well, Tay, I don't know. We had a Christian dictator backed by the US government. Does that count? Oh, shit. They seem pissed, almost like they've gotten taller somehow. I should try to de-escalate this. Where is 8 from again? And that was, in England? What? Rocky, did you think I was from England? No, I definitely didn't think that. I thought you were from England. As you can see, Stefan thought you were from England. I know better. And I know you're actually from... Oh god, save. Save. Menu. Save. Well, we'll do here. There we go. Australia? Oh, okay. Still wrong. Wait, Rocky, did you think England had dictators backed by the United States? Did you not learn, like, the bare minimum of American history? Did I not learn the basics? Of course I learned the basics. I can probably remember them. In 1776, George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, they did America. There was a war, the Battle of the Bulge. They crossed the Hudson. French people came too. The Battle of the Bulge was a different war. Well, they had battles. Gettysburg? Nope. The Battle of Naples? Naples is in Italy. Isn't there one in Florida? Do you think they fought the Revolutionary War in Florida? Well, they could have. I mean, why not? Some of it was in Virginia. Bulge? Oh, put that face away. I didn't pay very much attention in school either, Rocky. It's okay. Thank you, 8. Thank you, 8, for saving me. Okay, fledglings, we're ready for you. Follow me to the challenge. We follow the PA, and I glance over to Anya, who's still giggling to herself. She'd tease me now and then before, but this felt meaner somehow. More like the Anya I saw in that interview video. Remember the plan? Yeah, I got it. Nico's already there with the camera crew. That's everyone, right? 1, 2, 3... What happened to the leather jacket guy? Jason? He was the second of us to be eliminated. You had to hold up his hair for the executioner. Oh, right. Well, sounds like we're all ready to go then. He clears his throat and shifts on his on-camera persona. We stand before the hedge maze of fledgling manor. You may be wondering why we're here. Well, our challenges thus far have tested your control, your ingenuity, and your perceptiveness. But we've yet to determine which of you is the greatest predator. If he tells us to take a seat, I'm gonna lose it. We've released several humans into this maze. Your goal is to catch and kill one of them. Did he say kill? The first fledgling to kill their prey and make it to the statue in the center of the maze will win immunity from tomorrow night's culling. Is there any extra prize tonight? The extra prize is that we get to hunt. That's actually right, Stefan. Doesn't anyone else have a problem with this? The people in the house on the first night, none of them died. And they seem to know what was going on, too. On your marks, get set, go! We all take off into the maze at full speed. Stefan and 8 are the fastest, which is no surprise considering their height advantage. But Anya's no joke either. Running feels great. Did it ever feel this good? Maybe when I was a little kid with bursts of energy. It comes back to me. Playing tag, chasing the neighborhood kids. The smell of humans hits me like a fucking bus. They're afraid. They're alive. They're warm. There's one close. I can hear ragged breathing. Never wanted anything so bad in my life. It's a good thing I've been drinking so much of that fridge stuff. If I actually needed a drink, I don't think I could resist. The sound of breathing gets quieter as the humans run further away from me. Time to focus. There are a few camera blind spots in the maze, and I tuck myself into one. I reach into my pocket and grab the little clicker that 8 handed me into the woods. I've seen these before. My friend Truck has one of these that he uses to fuck with Tesla owners. I click it once to disable my mic, and then change the number on the LED display to what 8 told me to memorize. I wait for the sound of a drone drifting overhead and click it again. Falls into some bushes. I do the same for every robotic camera I pass and every subsequent drone. Good luck making a reality show with no audio or footage, idiots. I slow down when I hear voices. I'm so sorry, Lord. Please forgive me. Peering around the hedge, I see Tay crouched over a guy in hiking clothes. I press the button. A nearby robot camera goes limp. I hit it again. I hear another drone fall. Tay starts going to town on him, and the blood smells so fucking amazing I'm half tempted to join him. But I'm making good progress. It's almost like playing a video game, sneaking around past cameras, disabling them one by one, or something. I follow the smell of fresh blood to find Anya tearing at the throat of a middle-aged woman in fleece. Activate the clicker again, and again, till robot cameras go down. I stop in front of a downed drone. Not one of mine. The robot cameras in this part of the maze are already hanging limp in their mounts. 8 must be nearby. Great work, Rocky. Ah! Sorry for startling you. You're not sorry at all, you just laughed. I guess I did. You were cute. I apologize. Oh my god, you think I'm cute, right? Well, I got all the cameras on my side. They definitely didn't get any footage of Tay's kill. I didn't get to Anya in time, though, so they got that footage, and I couldn't find Stefan. I got the ones around the center of the maze, so they won't know who won. How come no one's come in here to get us to reset? They're all just drinking hikers at catering. None of them really understand how to use this technology anyway. They had it all preset to follow movements. So no one's noticed the monitors aren't showing anything? I'm sure they'll figure it out at some point. I hear breathing again, getting closer. 8 lowers their voice. Now the other part. Are you ready? I'm not ready, but I nod anyway, stepping into the shadows and waiting. Footsteps stop and I hear a woman catching her breath. I pounce and tackle her, but before I can take a bite into her, I look down and hesitate. She's terrified. Her heart is beating out of her chest. She's crying. It's a tricky thing, being a carnivore, but also capable of empathy. Were you a vegetarian when you were alive? No, but this woman has lived a better life than any animal you ate as a human being. Make sure she has a better death, too. The longer you wait, the worse this is for her. I look back down and she's sobbing. Tears and snot are streaming down her face. She's terrified. Just end it, Rocky. I crane down and bite into her throat, my mouth flooding with gore. She relaxes almost immediately, her breathing slowing down and her panic subsiding. I cradle her head, combing dirt and leaves out of her hair with my fingers, and bite through tendons and muscle. The longer I go, the sweeter her blood tastes and the more limp she goes. Her heartbeat slows and slows. Okay, that's enough. They pull me off her. Huh? You don't want to drink too much of someone. It messes with your head. She'll die soon enough. They bend down over me and wipe the blood off my face. Oh my god, they're so romantic and thoughtful. Wiping the blood off my mouth. Thanks for your help tonight. I sit on the ground for a bit next to the dead hiker. Is it weird that I'm not really in any hurry to move? Not really. It's nice to take a beat, especially with no cameras. Being unobserved around here is kind of a precious commodity. What do you mean? I'm not really used to being watched this much. I got really accustomed to privacy when I was in the sewers. You were in the sewers? Yeah, that's where I live. That's where they caught me. In the city? Mm-hmm. How do you like it? Honestly, it's great. I hadn't realized how many eyes were on me, how many forces were scrutinizing everything I did until I got to live completely unobserved. I guess being a model meant people were looking at you a lot. 8 nods. I anticipated that part at least. What surprised me was how much I hated travel. All those conversations at customs, all that airport security, all those awkward pat-downs. I nodded sympathetically. I get docked at work if I take too long to get places, but if I drive too fast to make a delivery, my car insurance gets more expensive. Like if you get a citation? No, there's a little thingy in my car from the insurance company. It tracks how I drive, I think. So yeah, I guess maybe this is a nice break for me too. We stay like that for a few more minutes. There's a corpse getting cold next to us. We've just been running around sabotaging the TV show we're captives on. But it really is nice all the same. 8 and I make our way to the center of the maze where we find Anya, Stefan, and Tay already waiting. I thought this was supposed to be over when the first person got here. I've been waiting here for a while. Maybe one of us should go out and find someone? Sounds good, Tay. We'll wait right here for you. Okay. I guess I can go. Was he volunteering someone else to do it? So, who won? I won, but for some reason Stefan keeps insisting he did. It's on camera, Stefan. They'll all know I won. He just glares at her. Eventually some PAs come and lead us back out the maze. Well, this isn't exactly ideal. It looks like the camera crew tried to use some experimental remote-controlled cameras for the challenge, but didn't know how to work them, so we don't have footage for most of the event. We also don't know who won. He stands there glaring at the crew. This is easily settled. Fledglings, who won? Be honest. I won. I won, sincerely. Did any of the rest of you see them during the challenge? I saw Anya drinking from a middle-aged lady at one point, but I don't know what time that was. I saw Stefan close to the center of the maze ages ago, but I don't know what happened after that. Tay? I was, I was distracted. I didn't see anyone. They were both already there when I got to the center. Great plan. That was very helpful. I will confer with my colleagues. We stand there waiting for a while. At first, the clicker feels like it's burning a hole in my pocket, but no one seems to suspect sabotage. I can hear the different crew members bickering and berating each other over whose fault it was that no one knew how to use the drones and the robo-cameras. Okay, we're gonna call it a tie. Anya and Stefan go to the statue at the exact same time. Nico, we can film your segment now and reset Anya and Stefan at the maze end to reshoot the tied win. Whatever, that's fine. Well, 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 we appear to have a couple of front-runners appearing. In a shocking turn of events, we have 2 winners. That's right. Even after scrutinizing the footage, our production team couldn't see a millisecond of difference. The winners of tonight's challenge are Anya and Stefan. Anya, Stefan, you both win immunity from tomorrow night's culling. You may vote on which fledgling will be culled. You may present your arguments to the fledgling council, but you are in no danger of being voted out. The rest of you are eligible to be culled. Use your evening wisely, fledglings. Well, that was fun, but it kind of backfired on us. Stefan and Anya both have immunity, which means one of us is going to be nominated. Yeah, I didn't expect them to award them both the win. So what are we going to do? We need a plan. I think I've got one. Oh yeah? I think we can get Stefan to nominate Tay with us. If he's on the ballot, we probably won't have to do much work to get him eliminated. Yeah, the guy's kind of gone off the deep end. I doubt he'll make a great case for himself. Why Stefan, though? Simpler. Fair enough. I think he's already biased against Tay anyway. He reacted really badly when Tay asked if he was going to pray last night. Interesting. Why do you think that is? If I had to guess, I'd say Stefan's just a very private person. About that kind of stuff, anyway. Tay's vision doesn't really jive with this whole we're scary inhuman monsters thing either. Right, well, here he comes now. Let's get him on board. Bad luck out there tonight. I guess so, yeah. It's all a joke anyway, though. All this technology serves them right. Not a fan of that stuff? It's absurd. We don't need it. Cameras and drones and motion sensors. The more you rely on things like that, the weaker you become. And it always fails you when you need it most. He sounds like a boomer complaining that his computer is frozen. You're right, and people are so glued to their phones these days, they don't even notice when you're hunting them. That's exactly right. I didn't have a phone in the sewers. After a while, I didn't even miss it. Who needs that stuff, really? If I'm honest, I kind of miss mine. Never had one. Not even before? No, didn't see the point. Did you have electricity? Stefan looks at me like I'm a moron. Yes, and running water. Just no cell phone. Well, you can't be too careful. The more technology you use, the easier it is to track you. That goes for vampires just as much as it does for humans. Wait, does the NSA know about vampires? I don't think so. We've been pretty successful in keeping ourselves off the radar of government surveillance. Or maybe they do know, but we've got people on the inside. Maybe this whole show is a CIA op. Hello, agent listening in on the conversation. I may be a supernatural monster, but I love America and would never commit crimes. Real. I also harbor warm feelings toward this country and live here legally as a fully naturalized citizen. Stefan just stares at us like he has no clue what we're talking about. This is why 8 and I fuck so hard, dude. I love 8. They're so fucking funny. Anyway, we were just thinking, Tay's really gone out there, huh? Huh? Oh, yeah. Is this the part where you try to sweet talk me into nominating him over one of you? Well, yes. And you can spare both of us the speeches. As far as I'm concerned, he's out of here tomorrow night. Really? Yeah. Was it all the religious stuff? He thinks God is on his side now. That makes people dangerous. I can't risk him getting immunity in the next challenge. So we take him out now. But, Rocky, you're probably going to be the other nominee. Anya and Tay are gunning for you. Me? Why me? It's you or 8. Who knows? How do you know about their plan? Anya told me. So, what, are you in alliance with her? Why are you telling us this? Stefan shrugs. What do I care? Alright, good talk. Stefan wanders back into the house. Well, that was easier than expected. Yeah, I guess Tay just really made himself really unpopular overnight. It's too bad. I kind of liked him. Anyway, join me in the woods? Certainly. We make our way back out there. I thought more people would care, but it doesn't seem like they're paying a whole lot of attention. Do you mean what you said before? What, about me missing my phone? Yeah, kinda. Sometimes I don't know what to do with my hands. Not that. When we were talking about the CIA, about crimes. Oh! I mean, I was smoking pot before it was legal, and I shoplifted a few times in high school. Anything bigger? Ever handcuff yourself to a highway or get arrested at a rally? Not really. I admire people who do stuff like that, but it's never really been me out there. What stopped you? Fear, I think. The idea of my whole life being turned upside down if I got caught freaked me out. What about now that you're a vampire? I don't know. Why are you asking me anyway? Just curious, I guess. They turn away from me for a moment, and there are some rustling, scratching sounds on the dirt. When they turn back, they're holding a little USB thumb drive. Where'd that come from? Don't worry about it. Want to mess with the show some more? What'd you have in mind? There's a nasty little virus on the USB key. If we can plug it into one of the computers they use for editing, we can screw up a lot of their footage. This feels very much like a 90s hacker movie. It kind of is. Do you accept your mission? Will you pretend I never existed if I'm caught? We'll all shred your files, Agent. I'll do it for my country. Speaking of, did you ever figure out where I'm from? So definitely not Australia. Not Australia. Melbourne is nice though. You've been to Australia? Mm-hmm. Not in a while. International travel gets a lot harder when, well, right, yeah. I wonder if vampires move around much. Even if you can pass as a human, catching a plane has to be pretty tough with TSA and the sun and all that. Maybe they hide in crates in cargo ships? Not exactly glamorous. Here's a hint. Ang Lee. The Gemini Man guy? That's your Ang Lee Pool Gemini Man? I mean, sure, he's done some other stuff. Didn't he make the old Hulk movies too? Yeah, he did that too. Anyway, I'm from the same country as Ang Lee. Oh, Vienna? Vienna? Yeah? Okay, so Vienna isn't a country. It's the capital of Austria. Are you still maybe just hung up on that Australia thing? It seems so worldly, it's kind of intimidating. I've barely gone outside of New York State my whole life. That's possible. I'm gonna be real with you. There's a lot of stuff about the world and places in it that I don't know. Rocky, the fact that you can admit that puts you ahead of the vast majority of Americans. I'm from Taiwan. Oh, cool. How'd you end up living in New York? That's a whole nother story, to be honest. I just realized, though, I don't know exactly where the editing suite is in the house. Oh, no worries on that front. I found it the other day. You found it? Were you looking around for it? Not really. I just kind of stumbled in. And it wasn't locked or anything? That's a little strange. Now that you mention it, I guess it is. Well, in any case, that's pretty convenient for us. Try to sneak in there tomorrow night and put that USB key in. Won't they have some kind of antivirus system? It's an I proved anything. It's that older vampires don't keep up with technology. They probably have Renfields set up all for them. Renfields? You know, like Dracula. Humans who do the bidding of vampires. Why would people do that? Was that hi, Tony? Greed, lust, the usual. Not to mention the fact that we can influence and manipulate anyone who drinks our blood. Seriously? Yeah, what do you think those humans who were here on the first night just promised they wouldn't tell? They were slaves, more or less. How do you know all of this? If you had a decent maker, they would have explained a lot of it to you. Still, you seem to know things that others don't. It's almost like you've been around a lot longer than the rest of us. You think so? Maybe I'm just an old soul. Anyway, it's getting late. We should head back now. How are you feeling? Why do you ask? I'm interested, that's all. Oh, I guess I'm just not used to people checking in on me lately, unless it's because they're looking to get a reaction slot that they can splice into a scene later on. There aren't any cameras here, Rocky. We're alone. It's crazy how big of a relief that is, stealing those little unobserved moments. It's funny, I'm not that bad. Goofing around with you is a nice distraction from all this. I'm glad to hear that. And you're not worried I'm just doing all this to get your guard down? That I might betray you out of nowhere? Should I be? It would be a pretty dishonest guide to vampire life if I didn't cultivate a little paranoia in you. Oh, no, I'm getting drawn into a world of wheels within wheels where I can trust nobody but myself. The truth is out there, Rocky. See you tomorrow night. Going back into the mansion full of cameras and microphones feels harsher than it did earlier. On my way back to my room, a sound guy even flags me down and switches out my mic pack. I feel in my pocket for the USB stick, just to touch it and remember that it's there when I realize, oh, my body is doing something it hasn't done since I was a living, breathing boy. I guess it makes sense. I drank a lot of that lady's blood out there. Oh my god, are we fucking horny right now? So blood plus gravity, maybe? I don't know. I wasn't ever very good at human biology, let alone vampire biology. I wish I hadn't given that clicker back to 8. I could have turned off the camera in my room and actually investigate this. There's a sheet of paper on the desk that they need to film me looking at. Hopefully it's the camera angle is high enough that it doesn't give me away, that I got a raging boner right now. I don't even need to look at the list. I circled Tay's name. I think we managed to convince Stefan. I would hate for it to be me and 8 against each other tomorrow night. I think 8's the coolest person I've ever met. I've known people before who kind of talked like them, people who were kind of political and suspicious of everything. But I also always felt really dumb when I talked to those people. The sleepiness begins to set in, so I lie down on my mattress. 8 doesn't make me feel dumb at all. If anything, it seems like 8 has faith in me. Come on, Sleeping Beauty. Rise and shine. Yeah, give me a minute. I actually don't need as long as usual to get my bearings. Consciousness returns without much effort on my part. I remember that there's this really good chance I'm up for execution tonight, and that's nervous-making. The PA walks me to the interview room, which doubles my suspicion that I'm up for elimination. We need to get a few sound bites of you in case things go a few different ways tonight. I'm sure you understand. I'm definitely nominated. She has me parrot some lines about being on the ballot tonight, and I'm too anxious that I might be up against 8 to even put much of a fight over it. Oh no. That didn't go great. I guess this is it. If you make it through this, you might consider trying to be more of a prominent fixture in the show. That alliance you're in is doing you no favors. I want to take her mug of blood and splash it in her face, but I resist. Okay, council time. Everybody make your way to the ballroom. Here we go. We head into the ballroom and take our seats. There are only 5 chairs now. Nico is slumped into a folding chair in the corner, getting his makeup touched up. I wonder if he's free to leave after the season is over, or if his sentence is longer. He hops up and stands in front of us. Welcome, fledglings, to the season's 4th fledgling council. You're all looking rosy-cheeked and healthy. Did we have fun last night? Yeah! I ate well and slept soundly. Stefan did a little bit of hunting cheer you up. It was mildly entertaining. Tay and Rocky, you took a human life for the very first time. How do you feel now that your cherries have been popped? I did what needed to be done and I prayed for forgiveness. It was fine, I guess. Really delicious. Nico looks at me like I'm supposed to say something else, but I got nothing. As much as I would love to stand here all night and chat, we have a culling to get to. The PA hands him the envelope. What a surprise! Our nominees are Tay and Rocky. I figured that was going to be the case. At least it's not me and 8. And hopefully, we go through it to 7. Shall we do a coin toss to determine the speaking order, or... I'll let Rocky choose. How magnanimous. I'll speak last, if that's okay. Last time, I encouraged you all to vote for my execution, and you didn't. Why is that? Because you thought I was weak? Or could there be another reason? Could it be that somewhere deep down in those twisted souls of yours, you know that I'm your one hope for true salvation? Not the kind you find by winning the show, but the kind you find by accepting the greatest prize of all, God's love. If Tay bores everyone with a long sermon, I don't have anything to worry about. I see Rocky, the other fledgling nominated tonight, has already gotten bored. Don't worry, Rocky. I won't drone on and on with a tedious sermon. Damn. The light of Christ isn't boring. It's exhilarating. More exhilarating than the hunt we experienced last night. More exhilarating than the shallow pleasures of the flesh you all seemed so concerned with. Even if you don't feel ready to embrace God, I'm still the right choice to keep. Rocky will manipulate you. He will lie to you. He will look you in the eyes and smile, and the devil is in that smile. Me? Who have I manipulated? Our first night here, Rocky entered into an alliance with Anya, Grace, and me. The instant Grace left the room, Rocky suggested we turn on her. Who was the first to be executed? None other than Grace. What do we really know about Rocky? We know he loves demonic music and reality television. We voted out Jason for knowing too much about Fledgling Manor. We voted out Lilia for knowing too much about vampires. Rocky's a reality show expert. Why aren't we having this conversation about him? Because like the serpent in the garden, Rocky whispers lies into your ears. You may not like me. That's fine. You do not have to like me. Just don't trust Rocky. Tay smiles and sits down. Well, that was fascinating. Rocky, your turn. I stand up and pull my thoughts together. You got this, Rocky. My fellow fledglings, I stand here tonight very confused. I understand about half of what Tay said about Jesus, and I understand even less of what he said about me. I haven't won a single challenge since I got here. You got me, Tay. I spaced out while you were talking. I space out all the time, even when my own life is on the line. The first night, I wasn't even paying attention when Nico explained the losing fledglings get executed. You all know this. You were the ones who explained it to me. I put my hands in the air. I will admit one thing. I love watching reality TV. But watching something on TV and doing it in real life are two completely different things. I pointed to my face. I have seen every single episode of the tragically short-lived makeup artistry dating show Kiss and Make Up, but this is the most I can do with my eyeliner. Jason was a Fledgling Manor superfan, but the reason he was a threat is that he trained and volunteered to be on the show. I didn't volunteer for anything. I didn't train for shit. Tay, dude, I really like you. I liked you immediately. You're charming and sweet. I felt so sad for you this whole time. I hated how depressed you were getting. This isn't the Tay we befriended and worried about. This Tay here is on a holy purpose. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I'm not so dumb I don't know what people can do when they're motivated by faith. My grandma lived with inoperable cancer for years out of sheer stubbornness and love for the Pope. Tay has plans. Tay has goals. I'm just a guy who woke up here and got shoved in front of a camera. I think it's clear who the bigger threat is. I shrug and sit back down. I can't tell if my speech was convincing or not, but I did the best I could. Stefan's face is impossible to read. Okay then, does anyone have any questions? Rocky, you talk about being so inexperienced and confused, but when we first met, you said you'd already been a vampire for several weeks. Why should we believe you now that you told us a different story the first night? I woke up as a vampire in this house and went to film this episode 1 on the same night. I was disoriented and kind of scared. Yeah, that's real. I would also lie about that. I guess I thought it would be better not to draw attention to myself. I told you, right, 8? Yes, that's true. We've talked about that. How convenient. So last night really was your first hunt. How does it feel to embrace your true nature? It was liberating. He's asking about hunting down the lady, which I still have mixed feelings about, but hunting those fucking cameras, that felt good, dude. He doesn't even know which one I'm talking about. I think it's the first time since I became a vampire that I felt real purpose. That smile, that damned smile, yeah. Shit, I didn't have much in the way of purpose before, you know? Like, there's a reason I never auditioned for one of these shows. I don't know who Tate thinks I am, but I'm not some super ambitious psycho. I'm really not ambitious. You could barely even call me motivated. But last night, man, last night was amazing. If that's what being a vampire is supposed to feel like, then I'm glad this happened to me. Stefan smiles. He liked that answer. And why didn't you say that before when Nico asked you? You said it was fine. Seems like you're just saying whatever Stefan wants to hear. I like the way Stefan asked better. Nico didn't ask me about my true nature or whatever. It was a more evocative question. Anya doesn't have a response to that. Anyone else? Nobody's saying anything. I don't know how to feel. Right now it seems like this could go either way. Well then, let's get to it. Even though I know I'm nominated, it's jarring to see my name is actually written out on the ballot. I cut my thumb with the knife and panic for a second. Am I supposed to mark down the person I want to keep, or I want to be executed? It's like when I'm driving and suddenly second-guessing which side is the accelerator and which is the brake. The person with the most votes leaves. I press my thumb down next to Tay's name, and I leave the booth without saying anything. While I wait for the others to finish, I can't help but worry that I've gotten it wrong, misunderstood the directions, and I'm about to die. Once everyone's sitting down, Nico stands in front of us to deliver the usual lines. Blood has been spilt. The votes have been tallied. One fledgling shall be culled this night. He takes the basket from the PA and begins to count. Here we go. 1 vote for Rocky. Okay, keep cool. That could just be Tay. 1 vote for Tay. A tie. How exciting. Or not. Another vote for... Well? Nico smirks as he shows us the ballot. Tay. Tay, if you get 1 more vote, that means it's curtains for you. But you still have hope. He reaches in the basket with a flourish. He doesn't show it for a second. He's playing up the drama for the cameras. Too bad. A 3rd vote for Tay. I'm flooded with relief. Tay smiles and moves to stand with Nico. Oh, but we don't know all of the votes, so we don't know if Anya voted for me or for Tay to get eliminated. So it's possible she also voted for Tay to be eliminated, but now we'll never know. Tay smiles and moves to stand with Nico. You've made a mistake tonight, but remember the things I've told you. Salvation can still be yours if you choose to accept it. I all but jump out of my chair when we're directed to go to the courtyard. I want to leave that experience as far behind me as I can. I was on the edge for a minute there, realizing that there was a chance it might be me getting decapitated tonight. It's not that I don't feel bad for Tay, it's just, well, this whole armor of God thing was insanely annoying. Did he really think he had a shot at winning? If he just laid low, maybe he could have pulled it off, but then nobody said faith was rational. Maybe being forced to stick around after he wanted to sacrifice himself just broke him, and this was how he dealt with it. I guess I'll never really know. Maybe I'm becoming inured to this. I guess if you have to, if you want to stay sane. After seeing 3 people get their heads cut off in less than a week, the prospect of the 4th doesn't seem so daunting. What's that old quote? 1 death is a tragedy, 1,000,000 is a statistic? Something like that. Is there something inherent in vampirism that dulls our feelings towards death? Or is it just a survivorship bias kind of thing where the only ones who last longer than a few weeks are able to deal with our condition? So do we die if we get picked? I would assume so. Yeah, I mean, it's a death game. So whoever gets eliminated from the challenge gets eliminated from life. You die in the game, you die in real life, basically. I have a feeling Tay wouldn't have been able to for long. I mean, I can't imagine the kinds of people who set up a show like Fledgling Manor would be too interested in saving their souls. Hell, I don't even know if vampires even have souls to be saved. But then again, I'm not sure if humans do either. Nico and the executioner emerge from the house, followed by a PA who's got Tay in a fireman's carry. I am not gonna miss this guy, let me tell you. He wasn't so bad at first, but this hard turn towards piousness, ugh, I was almost embarrassed for him. I'm still not sure if the executioner can't talk or is just contractually forbidden from doing so. I guess it would remove a little of her mystique. Still, her silence doesn't seem to stop Nico from chatting her ear off. The PA dumps Tay onto the cobblestones. He looks just like the others did, dazed and unresisting. I'm not surprised. He really did go through a lot in the last few days. The executioner positions herself to Tay's side as the PA maneuvers him into a kneeling position. He doesn't put up a fight. Oh, Tay, you weren't who I thought you were, but you still don't deserve this. You don't think? He was misguided and self-righteous. That doesn't mean I want him dead. Yeah, I guess not. You can't let them convince you that any of this is okay, Rocky. I don't see the problem. Tay did this to himself. Maybe, but he didn't choose to be here. Nico clears his throat. Well, it's that time again. You've made your choice, and now the executioner will carry out the will of the fledgling council. I think we're all a little surprised that Tay made it this far. Good on him, I suppose, but his journey ends here. Executioner, if you please. The masked executioner takes her position like a batter stepping up to the plate. She raises her sword as she has 3 times before in the past few nights. Tay doesn't say anything, though. I can still see his lips moving a little. The sword drops and Tay's head tumbles off his shoulders, bouncing once before it and his body are reduced to a heap of ash. It's so fast, clinical. Cleaner than human death, really. There's no body left. It's like vampires auto-cremate or something. Tay's gone. Is his essence in the afterlife, or is that just it for him? Is that just it for all of us? Come to think of it, I don't remember being turned. I remember my life up to that point, but how do I know that I'm the same person I was then? When I died, was that the end of Rocky? Is whoever I am now something different that just has his memories? Fuck. I can't afford to get distracted wondering about this stuff. There'll be plenty of time to worry about it if I win. And if I don't, well, that doesn't really matter anyway. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. 1 fledgling falls and only 4 remain. What surprises does Fledgling Manor have in store for you over the nights to come? You'll just have to wait and see. It's not really clear if he's talking to us or the audience. Nico turns with a flourish of his huge coat and he walks back to the house with the executioner and some of the crew. A few stay behind to tail us, as usual. I scan the tree line for those red eyes again, but I can't spot any this time. Tay's gone, and now there are only 4 of us left. It's pretty clear from the way the cameras have been hovering around them that the production team is trying to push Stefan and Anya, the final 2. I don't blame them, really. I'd watch a Stefan and Anya showdown for sure. Meanwhile, Aiden and I haven't won a single challenge yet. Stefan shakes his head dismissively at Tay's remains. Good riddance. He stalks back off into the house, and I expect to see Anya follow, but she hangs back. Poor Tay. Yeah, dude seemed really mixed up. He wouldn't have lasted anyway. If he won, he might have been a curiosity for a few weeks before vampire society did its best to warp him into something he would have hated. In a way, this is a kinder ending for him. How do you know? Maybe he would have stuck to his guns. I really think he believed all that stuff. Doesn't really matter what he believed. He would have been broken. Yeah, auto-cremation. Yeah, insta-dust. You know, you sound pretty bitter about vampire life sometimes. I don't mean to. I just know it can change people. I don't see anything wrong with change. She pauses and looks 8 up and down. Well, most of the time at least. Don't you dare insult my partner like that. Don't you dare, Anya. Hey, come on, Anya. It's okay, Rocky. I guess it makes sense you're so bitter. That must have been hard for you. I can't imagine being a model, finding out vampires are real, learning you're never going to have to worry about aging or losing your looks, and then, well, what the hell? I'm just saying, it seems so sad, that's all. Turning changes all of us, or maybe it just intensifies something that was already there. Of course, sweetie, but there's change and then there's change. Anya? What? Just because 8 hates being a vampire doesn't mean Tay would have struggled with it forever. Anya, that's not cool. She scoffs and rolls her eyes. You are patting yourselves on the back for getting very confused little influencer killed because, oh no, maybe he would have liked what he became. But when I point out that there are some holes in that story, that makes me the bad guy. Maybe it's better this way? Grow up. You're just as self-righteous as he is. Anya shakes her head and wanders off without another word. I feel something between ashamed of myself and the way I used to in elementary school when a more popular kid would mock me for having zits. Part of me wanted to run after her and tell her off. The show would probably love that. But then I turned to 8 and realized they seem perfectly calm. Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be? What just happened? All the shit she said. I can't believe she can be that cruel. What was cruel about it? What? What was cruel about what she was saying? She was talking about how you look, how you're different from everyone. Right, and I am. Yeah, but Anya was trying to get under my skin, and yours too, since she probably realizes we're working together. It wasn't a bad idea, and it might have worked on someone who hadn't been around as long. Huh? Okay, tell the truth. You're a lot older than the rest of us, aren't you? Well, that depends on what you mean by older. I think we're probably all about the same age, chronologically speaking. I glance around for any cameras, but they seem to have followed Anya back into the house. You've been a vampire for longer than anyone else here. Yes. How long? Long enough to have gotten over the bitterness that Anya was talking about. Believe me, I was. Why shouldn't I have been? Not just my life, but my body was taken from me. What changed? Time passed. I met new people. I learned new things. Time is the one thing we have in abundance, but most of us don't use it for any particular purpose. It just warps us, isolates us, night by night, year by year. How will you use eternity if you get the chance? I'm not sure. I haven't had much time to think about it. Give it some thought. They turn to go off into the woods again. Wait, can I come? This is a solo mission, but I'll see you tomorrow night. And remember what I said. I head back towards my room, feeling some weird combination of drained and exhilarated. I did it. I was up for elimination and survived. I see a short, chubby shadow and jump. Tay? No. They walk towards me. It's Nico's makeup artist. They just have a similar build to Tay. Hey, Rocky. Hi. This person has never spoken to me before. They reach into their little waist apron and pull out a disposable razor. Can you lose the beard when you wake up tomorrow? Why? They shrug. Not my call. I kind of bristle at the idea that they even want to change the way I look now. But at the same time, maybe this will give me some kind of advantage? I take the razor. Sure, I'll shave before the challenge. I wonder why they want me to shave all of a sudden. Maybe scraggly little chin beards aren't chic in the vampire world. Maybe it's some kind of modeling competition. I hope it is. 8 could win and help me out. I flop down on my mattress. What 8 said earlier. What exactly would I do with all the time in the world? I guess I'd probably want to watch a lot of movies first. Go to a lot of shows. Hey, that's the one thing I can still do without too much trouble. I still don't know what 8's plans are. And I still haven't planted that virus on the show's computer. What guarantee do I have that I'm not just their fall guy? They could be using me, tricking me into doing their dirty work. What if they're the show's twist? A plant trying to lure another contestant into committing sabotage? Maybe I should be a little more wary. We're halfway through now. And if I won this thing, I could be rich and famous. And we're hustling for rent, no more overdrafts. I can't lie, it's nice to imagine. For now, though, it's getting late. Time to sleep. And we're gonna save it there. We're gonna call it there. Episode 5. I've seen hundreds of people naked. What is that name? Alright, let me save. What a title card. That's crazy. Well, that was fantastic. Really, really loved it. God tier and fantastic. Really enjoyed this. I do want to finish playing this on my own later. Let's shave the bush. Sorry, I kicked myself out. Oh my god, BB. You're like, I gotta prepare myself for 8, so 8 can see me clearly. I gotta look my best for 8, my darling. But no, this was a lot of fun. I really, really, really enjoyed this game. This was such a blast. Let me grab the Steam link. It is in the description of the YouTube video. If you guys like this game, I highly recommend either buying it. It is a full game. It's not a demo. It is a full game. I highly recommend either buying it, or if you want to support them for free, you can wishlist it on Steam, and that's a free way to help support the devs of games that seem really interesting to you. It helps push it out into like the Steam store, like recommended and stuff like that. Here, I got the. There we go. I got the link. Here you go. There's the link for you guys. If you want to get it for yourself, if you want to play. Because like I said, there's 3 romance options. I was gunning for 8 because 8, my beloved. But there are 2 other romance options. I think it's Anya and Stefan. Let me see who. Yeah, Anya and Stefan. Yeah, it is Anya and Stefan. So those are the 3 romanceable characters, is 8, Anya, and Stefan. So if you like them, there's a chance you could get to, you know, snuggle on up closer to them. Because this was so much fun. I definitely want to finish playing this later. This was such a blast. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm a big fan of death games, and like sort of like horror type of like visual novels and stuff like that. I think it's just such a fun premise. But we're gonna wrap it up here because I'm hungry. So let's see who is online. Who's up? Maybe we will raid. I'm thinking maybe we'll raid Saf. I see Saf's online. So we're going to raid Saf, who's currently playing Headliner Novi News. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with me, you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. Tomorrow is community night in the Discord, so no stream tomorrow. Sunday is my day for rest, but I will be back Monday. We're picking up the Fall in Love Festival on Monday. We are playing... What are we playing? That is such an excellent question. Hold on, I can look it up really fast. What did I say I was playing on Monday? We are playing a visual novel on Monday. We are playing... Hold on, I can find it. Oh, here it is. We were playing Soul Set on Monday. So if you guys want to pop in for the Fall in Love Festival Day 4 on Monday, we'll be playing Soul Set. So yeah, hopefully I will see you guys for community night tomorrow or on Monday for Soul Set. But if not, no worries. I'll see you when I see you. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. And good night.